Ooh. All right. What up? What up? Peace. Gonna get live tonight. Managing moderators. Come on in, niggas. I'm gonna do some Q&A tonight. Got the Lay's Funyuns. I'm from hell. Tell them niggas I said what up. What up, Charlie? What up, man? Oh, look at Charles. What up? I see my nigga Charles is in the building. Charles Falcone. That's my boy from back in the days. I was glad to see he became conscious. My man, Charlie. What's going on here? What up, Tyler Bass? Yeah, oh snap, Z. Everyone's gonna ask me questions. What up, Anthony Jahid, white boy here? The white boy here? Denver, Zane G. You know that's where it's Khadijah's place of residence, Denver. You have $1, son. No problem, Jim John Jones. Cash at me first, and I got you. 418, peace. Oh my disorderlies. He looks like a Yoda. Wise this one is. What's the pleasure of this? These nuts. Just enjoy yourself. Sass talking is the pleasure of what we do. What up? What up? Buffalo in the building. North Atlanta. What up there, boy? LA. VA. Ooh. 5,280 miles high. Literally. My man's. He up in the ether. Tuscan AZ. Arizona. Brownsville, BK. Ricky, I was from Van Dyke. I lived in Van Dyke for 10 years. MOP forever, nigga. What up? I did that Brownsville anthem they got out now. Boom, 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 boom. It was a video. Bronx, what up? I lived in the Bronx too. Nigga from Kilbrook, nigga. I did every borough in New York. From Queens, but I popped from the Bronx. I lived in the Bronx. Moved to Brooklyn, lived in Harlem, girlfriend. Queens is 100. Elohim. Queens is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing like Queens. Little Rock in the building. I love Little Rock. I went to Little Rock. Cali. I can't say I love Cali. I love the idea. But I love my people from Cali. East Texas. Went to Texas. What's popping, Conyers? GA, what up, Conyers? Gotta go to Conyers, actually, to the Social Security office this week. Charleston, what up? Detroit, what up? What up? Charlie, New Orleans, Macon, GA, y'all in the building. All right. Reach to the God, New Jersey. What up, New Jersey? Detroit, Philly in the house. Philly in the house. Got a lot of shouts. Indiana, LA, Houston, Jamrock, Chi-Town, STL, St. Louis, right. Hello. Detroit, Tallahassee, Long Island, Milwaukee. Damn, DC, VA, DMV. Peace to the God. Jacksonville, Denver back in here, Philly, Orleans. Y'all need to do this. Start sending Khadijah emails just representing your city so we could compile a list of who would want us to come and speak live. So we get enough from your city and your area. You know what I'm saying? For instance, Solar Mike, like Chicago, Peoria, Chicago, will come. If there's enough people, you know what I'm saying? If you have a group, tell them to email me too. There's a crew. So if there's enough people, let's say in an obscure town that's not just, we willing to come there, or to a state that we haven't come to that we're overlooking. We go to all the ones, we went to Chicago, we went to Ohio, Cincinnati, but I know there's other cities there. I've been in Florida like 3-4 times. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gotta be in the network. Beetlejuice. They're making another Beetlejuice movie. Let's be real, guys. Let's be real. It said 1984. Now using Michael Keaton to make another Beetlejuice movie. That's not by mistake. That's everything I've been telling you for the last year about what is the greatest thing on their mind that they're not speaking about. Beetlejuice. Come to Boston. That's when I haven't gone to, but been thinking about if I get enough from Boston, I'll go. Denver in the buildings. Yeah, a lot of Denver in the building. There's a lot of Denver. Denver's starting to wake the fuck up a little bit more, I think. I keep seeing Denver show up. If I get a lot of Denver, I want to come out there because DJ's from there anyway. They're asking me where's Bobby as if I know. I don't talk to him no more than you do. So I don't know. You're barking up the wrong tree for that one. Denver was out here. Columbus, Ohio. Yeah, Columbus, VA. PG County. That sounds like a threat. Come to PG County. Like to fuck me up. Cooley Cole, Chicago, Cooley High, baby. The next deity party, we're trying to talk about August. So stay tuned. Khadijah and myself, we're talking about it. And it's actually going to be bigger, more extravagant, and more players ball. So you have to wear your best. Don't come with just the bare minimums. If you come to one of our deity parties, you want to do it up. Be that God, because it's how we move. Plenty of ritual, plenty of energy, plenty of pageantry. And oh my goodness, the women, I slept on that. I got them, was like, oh my God, what are you wearing? Oh, I'm going that level. You gotta check out these deities parties. A lot of sass talking, we hanging out. Get your wings or your pasta, whatever area you want to go in. Your what's that? Not so quite meat, simply meat. What's it called? What's that fake ass meat? Nah, you know what I mean. Greetings, Lance Benfield. Yeah, impossible meat. That's what it is, Dre. Y'all give you some impossible meat. But come on now. It was actually fun. You should make it your business to do it. Again, if you want to find out about the parties and you don't know about it and see some of the lives are on my Instagram. But email info@samedimeeting message.com. INFO at SAMEDIREADINGS.com. SamediReadings.com. There you want to also put your info for your, let her know I'm from Ohio. I would like y'all to come out here. That's all you have to say. I'm from blah, blah, blah. I would like to come out here. So we could start compiling the database. You could also ask her about the deity parties info. My Instagram is Brother Panic. BROTHAPANIC. You can go there and see some of the lives from the parties. The next class will be a cyclomancy class, one I'm developing. It is absolutely developed. It is actually, so you guys can see right here, it's done. Here's the notes. Here's the curriculum based upon the book. It's done. The curriculum is here. The class is ready. This is a matter of when I'm ready to start dealing with you niggas one-on-one and start laying down some of this good info. The class is going to be cyclomancy. Those who don't know, this is what cyclomancy is and always has been. This is why this class is special, and I'm actually taking my time before I roll it out. I should have moved some of this stuff. It looks a little havocy on this side. It always is because my desk broke. And I put all the shit over here, but make a live. I hid this with Baphomet. It looks worse. This is the book. You can see how beat it is. It is a out of print book for those who do not know. It is called Cyclomancy, The Secret of Psychic Power Control. Cyclomancy, The Secret of Psychic Power Control by Frank Rudolph Young. Let's see what it's. I don't feel like reading this shit. There's a lot. I might bring my phone in. I need a little flashlight. Makes it easier. All right, let me put this down. Yes, no matter what you want out of life, this book will help you get it. It will show you step by step how to obtain almost any unbelievable powers of the mind and the body. You'll see. I can't read this right. Let me see if I can take this off. Maybe this plastic is in the way. Make it nice. Let's see. That's not really, but you'll obtain about almost unbelievable powers of the mind and body. You'll see how you may fascinate others with your thoughts, interests, entrance them with your grace of movement, increase your this fucking light under here. Increase your muscle power up to 10 times, blah, blah, blah. Arouse, intense, this, opposite sex, more presence, and people stick like you like bees to honey. So it makes all of these claims. It makes so much more. It's hard to read the writing, and these glasses. I need my hardcore reading glasses. Either way, let's see if I can read the in flap to give you a little bit of idea. And this is him. Doesn't matter. Because I can tell you about it because I've read this thoroughly. Why I like this? Where I found this book, and it was out of print when I found it. It was in Rhode Island, and at a used bookstore, and I just grabbed it with a whole bunch of other shit. Before I've said this book ever, the word cyclomancy was not used amongst Black people. If you've ever heard of the word cyclomancy and connected it to anything you do in your conscious movement, That's because I inserted this concept of the book, or this concept through this book, into my lectures for 10 years. I'm sorry, longer, 20 years, close to 20 years. And for a good reason, because when I started reading it, like most books of today, it was written in the 60s. Like most books of today, let me see if I can get this camera going better. Like most books of today, it didn't have all those warnings. You know, you'll get fucked up if you do that. This will hit you tenfold. That'll hit you. That's gonna fuck you up if you do this wrong. It was like go for yours, get bitches, have X-ray vision, see what color their panties are. I'm like, this is vicious. So his technique was a no holds barred, and it was from the old world. It wasn't rehashed through that what do they call that bullshit? New the new yoga. They call it new something. Alternate. It wasn't hashed through the new bullshit that they were doing. It was an old technique, you could tell, or old techniques that were held over. New age. Thank you, Ricky V. It wasn't from that new age mentality. It was, thank you guys. It was held over for some guru yogi shit that was kind of discovered. And that's his path, studying with yogis. He's got a lot of yoga books and other books that are out of print that I have. He has another book almost worthy of a class that I might develop called Mental Domination. How to dominate mentally as you walk into any room. The secret to that shit that you do. And all the secrets are internal. That's what makes it beautiful. These are things you do to work on yourself, and you'll see your prowess change. Niggas, I'm not holding this fucking book up for nothing. When I started fucking with this 20 years ago, what I like about it is not just a book on theory, it's technique. It's a how-to. It's exercise. It's an exercise book. So you will be able to learn disciplines that open up areas of the mind that accomplishes things that you only could dream about and have been dreaming about for the longest, in terms of your mental domination, your spiritual control prowess, how to shoot intention through your eye, how to control a scenario, how to make contact with anyone in the universe through visualization and through the conditioning and activating the super senses through the exercises. But because people went, and the first thing I did was give out this book, of course. That's what we were doing. Found the book, niggas, y'all need to read it. And of course, it was out of print. No problem. I made it a business. Printed it up as printed it up and would sell it. We weren't even in the PDF realm yet. That's how long I've been doing this shit. Niggas didn't even know the PDF wasn't in it. I was printing these shits up. To shout out to an OG sister named Denise. I don't guarantee she ain't even listening no more. I can't guarantee, but she used to print them up for me. I used to carry them shits through New York, rocking, killing it, and selling it. Then the PDFs came, and I was like, I'm not keeping up with that. And then you heard the network of sass talking niggas talking about cyclomancy. And I was happy with it. I didn't need no particular nothing. I didn't write the book. I was glad people had it. But then, and I would give it out free in class and all the rest of that. And we'll get into some Cthulhu, big Cthulhu. Send thoughts into someone's mind. Yes, Cthulhu. Oh, this is the primary thing. We gonna get there, bro. Oh, we gonna get there. I'm gonna show you what this shit do. What this shit do. Listen. So I'm gonna get you there. So as I gave it the PDF, gave it to people in my class, the real feedback I would get, everybody's gonna act smart, and they're gonna act smart in front of me. No one wants, they think I'm gonna somehow embarrass them in some sort of way. Now I need y'all to understand that. On that note, Bobby Hemmett said it's not how much you know, it's how much you want to know. I respect the person who's glutton for this information more than the person who thinks they can regurgitate some shit that I'm sure I've read. You know what I'm saying? So proving that you read it or proving that you do some shit ain't really shit. If you showing something that you know, I love that shit. But for the most part, where my respect comes in is for the person who wants to know, even if they're not finding it out from me or listening to what I'm saying, whatever they want to know, if they're just aggressively at whatever it is they want to know, that's what you kind of respect. So people don't want to tell me that they don't get it. But then there's some people who are comfortable enough with that. And that's the feedback I really look at to be able to tell what's happening. And in this book, the techniques, if you take some of them, especially the early ones in the beginning, literal, you're going to be lost. And that's what I found people doing. For instance, one of the, here's a great example. One of the exercises in the book is to get a bowl of hot water and a bowl of cold water, and to stick your hand into the hot water per se, and try to interpret that hot water by your definition as cold water, and vice versa. Put your hand in cold water and try to visualize and imagine it being hot. So what you're really doing in your mind, you created a line that defines hot and cold. But what's hot to you and cold to me may be different. So that line for me may be here as why what is formerly hot for you, because your line was here. So from here over was hot. From here over for me is cold. So cold and hot starts here for me. Cold and hot starts here for you. What does that tell you when you sit back? That there is no such thing as cold and hot, because it is left to perspective and to our own perception. So cold and hot can be perceived any way we choose. That's the point of the end point of that understanding. So if cold and hot, if we could start breaking down the line between cold or hot, we could start breaking down the line between not building a pyramid and building a pyramid, between flying and not flying. There's a line that says people don't fly, and there's a line that says when we were ancestors, we flew off the boat, we breathed underwater, we built these pyramids, and look how big the bricks are. We did all of that shit. But there's a line that says we did it, and there's a line that says we can no longer do it. These things are what we agreed to. Hot and cold is an agreement in you. That's why you can walk in the room. God damn, it's hot in here. I'm fucking freezing. God damn, it's cold in here. Now I'm burning the fuck up. So the one thing that all of that is called temperature. Hot and cold is an illusion, and the technique of the bowls is trying to get you to break down in your own mind what hot and cold is. But here's these niggas trying to turn with their hand a bowl of cold water into a cup of tea. That's not the goal. So most people didn't get, because they don't understand this is alchemy of the mind. This is alchemy of the mind. How about people put duality and polarity? Man, how that I say would apply would be the fact that you have hot and cold is because we have polarity. But that doesn't, I don't see how we can get a lesson from what we're talking about right now. I don't see the lesson in it. That's a description of what we're talking about. That's a description. That's a common denominator. If you're talking about two things, then you're talking about polarity. You know what I'm saying? Dick and pussy, polarity. so we can have a whole different conversation. What we're talking about exactly, Ant Bro, Two's move, dollar sign, dollar sign. We're talking about perception right now. Your perception of the polarity. See, when you study polarity, what polarity talks about is your perception. What polarity talks about is the absolute of all things separated, and to control your perception of it. If your perception becomes to a middle point, then you're mastering the alchemy of polarity. That's what we're talking about right now, and that's what that lesson is. If you can understand the polarity, or the common understanding of hot and cold, that there is the middle point that you stand on, this side's hot and that side's cold, isn't real. None of it's real. So when you have a argument for the sake of polarity, Rodney King was trying to get up. Rodney King was getting beaten down. Black people, white people. The alchemist stands on the middle point and says, "Can I see both points of view?" Yes, you have to be in the middle point and to match the polarity. Why would white? Because they're scared of us. We're mightier than them. We're stronger than them, and everything we do is a threat to them. So of course, Rodney King looked like he was getting up to them. To them, of course, he looks like he was getting up. And to us, we've been getting beat down, ass kicked at every moment. Every person, if it hasn't happened to them with the police, they know someone who has been harassed and wrongly choose by police. There's police who rape. You get what I'm saying? We've experienced that because they come in our community, think we're animals, think we're nothing, and do as they wilt. So when we see Rodney King, we see a whole nother story. That's because we have been polarized to one side of the coin. And then they take white trash and polarize them on the other side. Then when Donald Trump talks that low trash shit and he gets a bunch of people following, wherever he goes, he's now a threat. Because he's taken polarized people who have an opinion, a grief, a grievance, a way of being, a way of thinking, a go-to, a gang, a outfit, a name, a party, Democrat, Republican, a group, a whatever, a race, and they chose a side, and they're manipulated with polarity because they have a whole nother group on the other side. And then they'll always have them like this and nothing gets done. Because if nothing gets done, then they can continue to hustle. The hustle can't come to completion. It always, something has to, diabetes, they're always doing something to get it better. They're always doing something better to get the kidneys, always getting your houses better, always doing something to get the homeless off the street, always doing something for women, always doing something for homos, always doing something for some fucking something for black people, always doing something for something, because in your mind, they need to keep you at an arrested development, a state of frozen, always about to happen. You know what I'm saying? Always, she's always about to get better. That's an abusive relationship. He's going to stop beating me. He's going to get better. He's going to get better. It's an abusive relationship that we're in. We're waiting for all of this shit to get better. And then you have these sellout niggas who know better, who sit in front of you and sell you this false hope. So all them niggas in Congress, they ain't fucking fool. Some of them may be, but most of them know exactly what the fuck is going on, what they're selling, and how they're keeping you at bay with nothing. Even though we, you know what I'm saying? Let me ads coming on and shit. Even though we know better, most don't. So we make them, but we still are at a frozen place because they still have us doing nothing anyway. They just make us believe that we're doing something. I was one of the ones, and not many were, and I usually give my peers props, but not many were telling you you ain't doing shit. Check the records. While all them niggas was kissing your ass, because they're telling you the same shit that politicians tell you. We're making it. We're going somewhere. The moon is going to turn purple this week, and watch after the moon turns purple, you niggas are going to be straight. Pluto's in conjunct with that. You're going to be straight. Oh, this is the season of Scorpio. You're gonna be straight. Oh, Kali Ma's energy, and that's financial. And when she comes, and then after that, oh Mama Lakshmi, you're gonna be straight. It's the same shit. That's why ain't no white people coming to break none of y'all niggas up. If y'all was doing some shit, y'all be getting hit in the head with a stick right now. Nothing's happening to you right now. Hey, what's up, guys? What up, Symbolic Studios? Y'all not getting hit in the head right fucking now because y'all are no threat because you're not doing active things that actually activate the things that are your power. This shit is out of print and is dangerous because this shit, as I promised you, took me from here to here. Once that perspective came in, and these energies that they train you in detail, which I went through all the exercises to make a curriculum for us, that hot cold make it understandable for us now, like I'm doing now. That's going to be in class. That's I'm going to go through this to a point where you can do things, how to put your intention in folks' mind. The only warning I will give is you be responsible. Don't just be mad and angry. That's when that shit is not going to work. It's got to be, it starts, the energy, and this is a technique in the book, starts from your testicles. You got to pull your PC muscles and pull the fallen energy back to the medulla oblongata. It has to pass the heart. If you're doing stuff that is sinister, and you're doing stuff like the evil eye, because this is actually the evil eye. Think about this for a second, which he points out in his book quite clearly, and it makes the most sense. Your eyeballs themselves are actually connected to your brain. Your eyeballs are actually a part of your brain. So just like your brain is a giver and a receiver, your eyeballs are givers and receiver. You receive light through your eyeballs, and we call it sight. But all your intentions could be shot out through your eyeballs. That's why you see Superman with the X-ray vision. This shows you how to X-ray vision and infrared vision. It shows you how to shoot that out of your eyes and put your intention on it. Oh, y'all think that Superman shit is made up. What do you think you think they're that creative? They're not that creative. They're trying to explain to you who you are. But because you have now drew a line in the sand of hot and cold, when someone says you can shoot X-ray vision out your eyes, you can shoot infrared vision out your eyes. Sound like some shit you've seen in a movie. And you are now too on this side of cold to understand how hot you really are. You understand what I'm saying? What you have to do when you become an occult son of a bitch is move that line further and always be working towards what's hotter. We're still trying, when you're a human, you're going from hot to cold because you're being led around by your emotions. You're being led around by when they tell you Trump is the president. Trump is not the president. You're being led around by Obama's happiness and Trump's sadness kind of shit. It's the same thing, just like water. It's like putting your hand in the water, but all they did was change the temperature. Obama, that's hot. Trump, that's cold. And they just switch you from hot to cold. And because they define that line, which is hot and cold, they control you. When you either remove that line or you control that line of what's hot and cold, you got it. You control the line at first because controlling the line is symbolic of controlling your humanity. Removing the line is symbolic of becoming the occultist, becoming free, becoming chaotic, becoming in the moment, becoming able to do whatever. You understand what I'm saying? Becoming what melanin is, your ability to adapt instantaneously to a scenario. You understand what I'm saying? They don't want that. They need for us to be cookie cutter. Get a fly light going. get some changes. They need us to be a cookie cutter mentality. They need to be able to show us a police choking us and to be able to count on the reaction that we have. This book in my class that I'm coming up is going to start to show you ultimately how to destroy that line, to now define in your own head your own reality, because that's all you really got in the end. Your own reality, that's what you're here to do. And then when your own reality is complete and you leave this place, you go join the collective minds of the Black Divine. And your reality now becomes a part of all of our realities. And all of our realities become our story. But we are no longer having our realities. Our realities are being dictated for us. And that's why we're down here doing over and over, because we're not getting our story out of it. So we need to understand the occult understanding is to start to be able to define your own story. See, you got these niggas. How is this your story and you join some fucking spiritual group? You playing dress up, saying African words that are not yours, listening to a priest system when you just left a church system. They're telling you what you have to do in the right way to do it, the right way to pray. In an African system that they're not even in, don't even own, and barely got let into. That's a choice. If something in you says this is where I'm supposed to be, then that is where you're supposed to be. So there's nothing wrong in that context. I'm talking to a different crowd. I need y'all to understand that. I'm talking to a specific crowd. I'm not trying to reel you in here. I'm not trying to sell you on what I got. So if you came to some conscious community, just sticking your head in to see who's worthy of your fucking attention, let me tell you this: I am not worthy of your attention. I'm not trying to find you. I'm not trying to expand my motherfucking following. I have enough. Enough. I'm not trying to expand it. I'm trying to talk to those who hear the frequency. If you hear it, and the primary thing is this: once you hear it, and it's the frequency I'm talking, it's saying, do not follow me, do not be my slave, do not kiss my ass, be your own individual. That's my primary message, to empower you to be as free as I am. Because the more we're free, the more I'm free. So if you're trying to figure out what's in it, the more I'm free. If you're trying to figure out what's in it, you guys do help pay my bills by buying my books and my products online, by supporting at the lectures. But I try to give you my all. I try to give you hours and information that will actually change your life if you get into what I'm saying, and it'll change it for you. It won't change it like me. You'll be whoever the fuck you are. And that's what I want for you. I want you to be who you are. I don't want you to be who I am. I want you to be who you are. This is not a religion. It's not a group. Baphomet is not a thing to follow. It's a symbol I like for the symbology and what the symbol means and what I've gotten out of the symbol. But Baphomet is not a man I pray to. And he's not a man to pray to. And he's not a man. And he's not a thing. It's a picture. And it's a picture who represents something that I made bigger in me. There's all the things I broke down about the symbol, and then again there's things that the thing has meant to me, and that would make sense because since I was a child, my name was Panic, and that is Pan. So something in my spirit was already telling me I know this, and this is why I'm here to study it. But that's me. That's me. That's why this whole thing is a know thyself experience. So I want you to know that to truly free yourself, listen to the things that sound free. when people talk to you. Dressing up and paying dues and all the rest of that stuff, it can help you get there. So you just gotta any group. There's no bad group per se. You know what I mean? For the most part, I guess, if they're not really trying to be bad. But groups can get bad because there are things you have to either do where, say, or your behavior, that's actually what makes it a group. That's what makes it a group. Because you act a certain way or believe a certain way. And if you believe a certain way, that means you have a ceiling on some of your thoughts. So that means y'all hit the same ceiling. And when you hit that ceiling, the choice only becomes one thing. I've grown beyond the group, or you said, I'm not going to go beyond this ceiling because I want to socially stay in the group. So if that's the case and that's happening, that's where we have our biggest problem. Most people actually outgrew the group, but are not even trying because the group is more important. So a group, by its very definition, if it's a learning group, that is, if it's a group that does more in terms of, let's say, the mores, and you guys are making stride with the law some sort of way, then I would say the group is still serving you because the group is evolving with the law. So if it something like that is like it's a different thing. It's not a learning thing. It's an active force, like your attorneys, if you will. If you get into trouble constantly, they always have to show up for each new case. So if the group does something like that, where it's updated and is serving you in the now, yes. But if they have a philosophy that's already built in, a scenario that they say this is this and that is that, then you start to get into a different concept of group that can be slow you down. You must wear this. You can't do that. You shouldn't eat that. Women are this. Women are that. White people are just this and just that. Look, I've done things on white people's origins, but let's be reasonable here. If they do come from black people, then they have the ability to evolve. That means they're just an aspect of you that you just ain't feeling right. They just ain't got enough of what you got. But at the same time, I never see people really studying what it is they got that makes them special. Because it must be what you got that makes you special. Because if you ain't have it, you just be a white person. I said that all the time. Niggas ain't catch up with that yet. I said, oh, you're the sun people and white people are not. I said, well, if you didn't have any melanin, you'll be burnt up just like white people. So actually, you're not the sun people. You're the melanin people. So why aren't you studying melanin? How come when Richard King, the melanin master, before he made the transition, came to New York for a lecture and nobody was there? That was pretty much on YouTube fucking around. So nobody's respecting or studying the premier motherfucker that brought us all that shit you say about melanin is from Richard King. Inner ear melanin, melanin on your tongue. He spawned a whole group of melanin teachers after he wrote his book. Then you had Carol Barnes and the rest of them coming hard with it. So we're the melanin people. No one's respecting melanin. And I've been telling you about the spiritual aspect of melanin along with Bobby Hemmett, starting with Bobby Hemmett. He telling you about the spiritual aspect of melanin. Very little respect. But you definitely want to say how better you are than white people. They just niggas who are suffering worse than your ass. And if they're not, they're not. We won't see them. It has nothing to do with you and your agenda. All of those things are distractions. And these groups can become a distraction. Now, if you don't know anything and you come to a group, and at first the group is you're gonna be educated. But as I said, it's a ceiling on that. Because once you learned everything that the group has to offer, if you're a Boy Scout, you can't do Girl Scout shit. You're a Boy Scout, you tie knots. You're a Girl Scout, you sell cookies. Boy Scouts don't sell cookies. The day you go, I wonder what that cookie game is all about. It's the day you ain't a Boy Scout no more. That's what limits groups. So don't cheerlead any group or any crew, but to a certain extent. It may have helped you, and you may have found a lot of good people there. But now, are you there for the information or are you there for the people? What are you learning that ain't at the library at this point? Fuck the library. What are you learning that ain't at on fucking Wikipedia at this point? Shit, Baphomet got a Wikipedia page. I remember when this shit, what is that? What is that? All on MySpace. Ain't that the devil? Why are we doing this as our black people? Now he's got a Wikipedia page. I don't fuck with that. Like they know better. They ain't know what that shit was. So you got to educate yourself, because that's all you got. It's not communal. I wish to death that it was. There's other support through communal interaction. You know, going to the Malcolm X Fest, watching Dead Prez at fucking BAM. All that's fun. But I haven't learned anything from any of that. I learned from originally reading books to start getting me my mind to start a process, to get my mind in its logical beginnings, to start then taking that logic and seeing how it applied, and then defining it as something that is happening, something that needs to happen, or something that's happening and I didn't notice all these years. You're becoming self-aware by studying these books and turning them inwardly. You are now starting to listen to what your subconscious mind is saying about the information. That's called meditation. Through that guidance, it starts leading you into newer behaviors, newer ideas, newer ways of thinking. Those are all the beginning stages, because you're taking information, and what you're doing during this time is turning it into wisdom, which is considered bringing it into the darkness, bringing it into the hidden, because this light has to go into the darkness to be born. Information is a book. Information is sperm. When you read it here, you're bringing it into the womb, the symbolic version of the womb, the feminine. Here, the womb, the true place where the baby's born. You're formulating this information. You're formulating this information. And the baby is understanding. Well, that's where you get this knowledge, wisdom, understanding. You've heard me break it down plenty of times before. It has to be said because you have to understand this is a master process that everything should be applied to. That's why I keep repeating it and hoping that you get it for what it is. It's not the information of the moment. It's a template type of, it's a thinking structure. You understand? It's a thinking structure. Pata is in the building. Nicole French, what up? Murphy Blake. Pata. Where's Pata at? King Lions Divine Mathematics. Chosen One, what up? So, what up? We got 1,000 people on the live. Shout out. All right, niggas, don't be cheap. We about to get into it. Cash App, Brother Panic, yo. I don't hear no dinner. I don't smell no dinner cooking. Cash App, $ Brother Pan. $ Brother Pan. Come on, y'all. I don't smell no dinner cooking. All right? Hook me up, make a brother's day go right. You know what I'm saying? Come home, I need to smell some dinner cooking. $ Brother Pan. So you always want to find hands-on how-to, because your ultimate goal is to have that baby. Your ultimate goal is to change your reality, to change how you see yourself primarily, which is the hardest actually, and how you view the world and your goals of why you're even here in this world start to shift. You get what I'm saying? So, one of the breakthrough books was always this. Like I said, so much so that was selling it myself just so people can have it. Um, and even when I did my old class, which you guys still can buy on Dropbox, let me know if you want to get it. You can have all 4 of the old classes, access to them on Dropbox. Incredible, incredible work. I'm no longer do that class. Maybe I'll bring it back, but I've been working on this one. This is what it is. This is coming. All right, so breakthrough book. Any how to is a breakthrough. This was a hell of a how to. Bought it on the Humble in Rhode Island. On a Humble. And when I started going through the techniques, I was still in New York. So where I would always practice would be on the train in New York. Anybody from New York knows what that is. Early on, I tell the story. My father taught us how to meditate. I was 10 years old. And then, of course, we went on about our lives. My father lost interest in sitting us down. But I just never stopped. He taught me a very simple technique. I always give it out. Might as well give it out now. Think of an apple. Experience the apple with all 5 senses in your mind. Apple is something, even at that age, I had over 100 times. There was no challenge. And what I actually was accomplishing was getting my mind, which is chaotic, to stay in one area, to be able to focus. What are you ultimately doing that for? Because when you go to sleep at night, your subconscious mind is woke and it's talking to you and it's giving you the real. It's not, there's no ego, so it's telling you all the truth you ever need to know. I need y'all to hear this. But the conscious mind is so busy trying to block it and it blocks it all day when it's up. That's beta mode. When you meditate, you go into alpha mode. So even in alpha mode, the conscious mind is shut down, but that's why people keep waking up, because the conscious mind keeps trying to nudge them up. It doesn't want you to do it because the conscious mind is your ego and it's trying to protect you just like you are, good or bad, just like you are. This is what it knows. It doesn't want to move. And if it opens up and the subconscious mind is there, repetition, trauma, or symbols change that. So even through all of this, those 3 things could change it. Trauma busts it open. Oh shit! A dog is biting me. And then when you're back to normal, you're calm, still in here, that trauma never leaves you and it never forgets. So you may not even remember, because that's a part of how it protects you. You may not even remember and be like, why am I scared of dogs? Your mother tells you, well, when you was 5 years old. Or you may remember and just be scared of dogs. This is there to protect you. So when you watch TV, this goes down and your subconscious mind is open. That's why you zone out. That's called alpha state, and that's called, in television world, prime time. What do they show you at prime time? Not television, commercials. Because now that your blockers are gone, it's programming you with symbols. Commercial jingles are repetition. And they don't need trauma. Lights are trauma. They program you and connect it to your chakra system. That's why McDonald's commercials aren't about food as much as they're about Billy is graduated. Let's go to McDonald's. Billy, you learned how to drive. You got your license today. Let's go to McDonald's. Daddy's home from the army. Let's go get a Happy Meal. Susie, you just won the cheerleading competition. Let's go to McDonald's. You just finished your first play, little girl. Let's go to McDonald's. After brunch, me and Tom, We go to McDonald's, then we go to work and get shit done. It's about your lifestyle wrapped around this crap. Get what I'm saying? So what are they doing? They're connecting an emotional reality to the situation. Just the same way they're the ones showing you the police beating up black kids. They're the ones who tell you these stories of police handcuffing little black kids, bringing them in back rooms, not telling their parents. They're trying to scare you and emotionally connect you to police as the mightiest thing, where they're just a bunch of white men walking around with guns, when you could walk around with guns and do the same thing. You won't do it because there's a fear that they have an almighty hand. But it's just a bunch of people who control another bunch of people. From mind control that is constantly fed to those people. You think it's just we're exposing them. We got him on tape, Rodney King. That might have been real. Maybe. Maybe not. Perhaps not. But half that shit you see is designed to show you, to get you emotionally wrapped up in it. That's because they're trying to break down your guard. Trauma does that. When they break it down, that's when they get in here, that's when it becomes real. So that's what a book does. It's the good way of doing it. It is you reading it, you understanding it, you going over it, and the points that you're contemplating repetitiously start to break down here. Black man is God. Black man is God. First thing I've ever done, got my drum machine in the 90s, sampled myself saying, I am God. I am God. I just looped it and put it on a tape cassette, both sides. I used to go to sleep every night. Sometimes wake up in the morning, it's still going. 8 hours or whatever hours I was asleep. I am God. And I didn't realize it when I first started doing tapes in 2004 or 3. I should just keep saying, I am God. I am God. Nigga, what you do? I'm God, nigga. And then I look back, y'all niggas will probably never see any of those tapes. And I would look back and say, oh, I'm repeating that programming that I program myself. But see, by program myself in the now, I am God. Every book I read it as God. Every information I dealt with as God. Every interpretation that came through me, for me, or for others was interpreted or I interpreted as God. Simple as that. Because I've convinced myself in my subconscious at its core through the repetitious, I am God, I am God. I'm telling, once that starts to break this down and the subconscious mind just says, okay, after a while, it just goes, okay. So when it looks at the clothes you buy, it buys it as a God. When it looks at what you eat, it buys it as God. Something like that. I am a Titan. Yeah, do it. Do it. I've been telling y'all that's not shouldn't be like a thing now. I've been telling y'all repetition, trauma, and symbols. Get busy. Get busy. You want trauma? You want to understand why you think the priests beat themselves? Woo! Why you think the priests beat themselves? Bow, bow, and put that shit in. They're traumatizing themselves to program themselves with whatever they're trying to do with their religion to be committed to it. And if they program themselves to, y'all thinking they just telling you a lie. What they're doing is changing the reality, and it's worked. They're not saying, okay, let's just tell them about a fake Jesus so we could trick them. That's not what's happening here. What they're saying is that Jesus, if they believe it in their subconscious mind, that's what makes it real. So even them who knows it's a made-up story, but they know it's their made-up story, then he's going to beat this made-up story into himself. Boom. God is this. Boom. Because then when he leaves that place and he governs over your black ass, he does it with such an authenticity. You believe it. Why do you believe it? Because he believes it. The ultimate hustler must believe his own hustle. Look at Donald Trump. He's convinced his subconscious mind of his own bullshit, and then has a increasing following, a cult following, because of it. That's magic, nigga. That's magic. Donald Trump has a cult following because he himself has convinced himself of the reality. That's the secret science of the hustle, nigga. Charles Manson must become Charlie. Otherwise, they see through you. You must become beyond. If when they see it in your eyes, you're putting it in their eyes. Do you understand that's magic? That's the hustle. Do you see? Yeah, Donald Trump is a dumbass. No, he's not. That nigga right now, to me, he's on fire. What he's doing and how he's doing is bullshit. Die, motherfucker, die. But what he's doing as an occultist, you can learn some lessons from it, folks. You can learn some lessons from it. Problem is you don't know what you're seeing. How does he make you not see it? To keep you in an emotional cloud. But he's talking, he found the language of a hidden people. And he became the epitome of that language of those frustrated people. All he did was become Malcolm X for them. Y'all not watching. He became Malcolm X for them. Y'all not watching. Y'all not watching. When they interview his people, they say he's not over it. You know he's lying. Blah, blah, blah. They go, yes. So what? No, but see, we would expect that same loyalty if white people or black people from the media came to us and say, yo, Bobby Hemmitt's talking about the devil. Bobby Hemmett said he drank peach soda and healed himself. Bobby Hemmett said he had sparks fly out his hand. Bobby Hemmett said there's a star that follows him around everywhere he goes, and he went to lectures and told people to come outside. Bobby Hemmett told you to study Shiva. Know what we would say, or every one of us in this room, perhaps? So what? That's because we're connected with Bobby on a different level than politics and reason and ration. And that's real. And that's what you see Donald Trump inspiring in people. Now, let's see how cool you are. Is what he's saying right or wrong? What happened to hot and cold and polarity again? Where's all the polarity in left and right side niggas? Meaning, can you stay in that middle point and say, fuck, I personally, and as a black man, he's offensive and everything he represents. But when you wipe all of that bullshit away, he's just the other side of a coin. Because Democrats are saying the other thing, Republicans are with him saying one thing. He's just the other side of a coin. So if you're in the middle point, I'm able to see what he's doing. But if he's got you on this side and you're emotional, ready to kick his ass, you're not going to see what he's actually doing. He's doing the same thing black people do to other black people, and then you follow their asses. He's a messiah for white people. So what's he doing to do it? You have to become it. You have to convince yourself of the lie. Think about this. This is what real hustlers say. If you believe it, is it a lie? Think about that for a second. It's not just a statement you say. That's an occult statement. If you believe it, is it a lie? Because think about it right now. What the fuck you believe right now is your truth. And niggas, y'all argue all the time. So who's right? Who's wrong? But that's irrelevant. That's like me telling you hot is hot. That's too hot. Not for me. My son washes the dishes for years. I put my hand under the water one time and literally burnt myself. And he was immune because you've been washing the dishes for years. He adapted, he changed temperature to him. This temperature is different. So what's hot, what's cold? Our argument is what humans do because they don't understand polarity. And when you're in human mode, because I'm gonna argue at some point because I'm having a human experience, but I know overall what guides me is that. And if you understand that, and you really understand the concept, is not designed to keep you calm and make you feel like a better black person. It's designed to make you understand everything. And if you filter everything through it, so when I look at Donald Trump, I filter him through that same science. So if I can put him in the middle point, I know where the left and right is on this. I know where the hot and cold is on this. But what's he doing? What principles are he enacting? So when you look in his eyes and I look at his behavior, look at the last lecture I did about facial expressions, body language, behavioral analysis. I told y'all to look in that area. When you look at it, he's convinced. Now, they give his teacher. His teacher taught him that philosophy: never retreat. First, I didn't get it. I just thought it was just something you do to argue, something you do to filibuster. Then I started to see, no, what he's talking about is you say this is Eddie Murphy's movie, Sausage Party. If you say that, no, fuck Sausage Party. Let's get something better. Oh, talking about no goddamn Sausage Party. All fucking where's Josie and the Pussycats at? I was get that when Khadijah may still have. Shira. Let's deal with Shira. Call me homophobic. Hong Kong Phooey. So, if I say this is an Eddie Murphy movie, and I believe it, and the whole world is like, oh, panic Trump, oh, you that ain't that. You making shit up, you making lies, and you doing this. How do I have millions following me saying it? If millions following me saying it, what's right or what's wrong? They're moving and acting and reacting like this is Eddie Murphy. Even though we may know him because we know him from a research standpoint, let's just say, of who he is. But unresearched, there's people who don't care. They say, I don't care about research. Remember, I said a lot of us would do that for Bobby Hemmett. Somebody said, well, we researched and Bobby's wrong. I don't care what you research. I don't believe in your shit. That's what we would say. And that's what Donald Trump's people are at a level saying. Donald, you know you made a lie about this, that, the other. Don't give a fuck. He said I could stand in front of Times Square and shoot somebody. What he's saying is my mind control is so hard, niggas. That's what he's saying. No one's catching it. That's what he's playing with these people with. When he says fake news, he wants to, like, he's directing. These are buzzwords. These are called trigger words. They become symbols. You're part of fake news. Once he has a trigger word and he has a definition, those trigger the subconscious to think. That triggers your thinking. No, he's real. Watch him when he talks. Oh, he's real. All he does is authenticate. He giveth and take it away. And that's what he's shown. Y'all understand what he's done. He said, y'all think I'm a joke? He said, I'm gonna get these poor white trash. He only probably did a survey to see what they were talking about. Became that guy, started rallying them up. Now he's got a following that's taken out of the Republican pocket. Now, so they're stuck going, oh, we can't, if we fuck with him, he's going to tell people he don't like us. That's what he starts doing. We like him, we don't like him. She's cool, she ain't cool. She's cool, she ain't cool. He's doing all this shit. He's controlling shit. Now, it's going to fail because they going hard. You see, why do you think they're trying to put all them indictments in them and all them threats? Because he out hustled them with mind control. If y'all know what mind control is, y'all will be able to see this. I'm seeing this shit and I'm seeing how they get us. And I'm like, why don't my niggas get this? I've been telling them this shit. All this shit, Martin Luther King, all them fake ass motherfuckers. Telling you, like, we would thrive, Martin Luther King, we were thriving better than the poor white trash. We were beating them. So then they gave you Martin Luther King to tell them, let's integrate with their asses. So we stopped making hamburgers to go eat their hamburgers. What a fucking, but see, that's because that's where we were. Though they freed us and we had all this internal melanin bullshit, they still not the mind control we were under. They knew even if they let us go, they put in our minds so much trauma, so much repetition, so much symbology of their prowess. All they had to do was tell us, you can't go to Woolworth. And we in there getting hot coffee thrown on us to drink coffee that we can make better, grow better. But see, they gave us the grass is greener on the other side programming. And that's what we still do to this day. That's what the whole thing is. You think I'm bullshitting? You think we all tough and all cool? Go back and read the 10-point program for the Black Panthers. Read it from a mind control standpoint. Why are you asking white people for anything? We want better education. That if you're saying that's the first one, we want better education for our kids. What you just said was, white man, it's up to you to educate our kids. Now I get we in a different time, but we need to understand something. We need to go deeper. Let me just say that, because people start getting offended because they read some of these books and did shit with none of these people, or even worse, was a fucking secretary for somebody back in the 60s. But got to realize they never let us go. They were always down here. Slavery wasn't the big picture. It was a part of a mind control program. This whole war on this planet between your enemy is about mind control. And they're only taken over by a greater mind control that keeps you here in the first place. You are trapped on a prison, and your own ego is what's pulling you here. Your own ego is what's pulling you here. You can leave anytime. You have to stop the argument. You have to stop picking sides. It's that middle point that we talked about. It's your own definition of hot and cold that you must start creating. Yeah, this is what this class is going to do. And I still ain't tell you the shit that I was doing off of it when I studied years ago. And I went through it again. Shut it. Much clearer on it now. This is going to be a doozy. Going to be a doozy. Soon, what you're going to see on my website, I'm going to just open up the door. I'll probably go live and let everybody know when the door is open to sign up. We'll be doing it on Zoom. So by doing it on Zoom, we could knock out 100 people at a time. This ain't going to be that month-long class, guys. This is going to be 2, Saturday and a Sunday. So we getting them like this. Sign up. Time is no issue. Time is of no issue. And if I like what I'm doing, I'm going to do it like I did. I'm going to do 2 Saturday classes and 2 Sundays. Maybe not. I'm not going to do that. We're going to knock them out on the weekend. But I'm going to knock you out, and I'm going to put you on another level with this. I'm really excited about it. Really excited about it. And that's why I haven't released it so far, because I want to make it like something we don't forget. You understand what I'm saying? And I make it a little bit more niggery. I'll give prices on the website. I don't really like to talk live prices because if I put it out at this price now, just I have videos that are 10 years old. So you get it, you get the idea. So we'll find out on the site, but it's going to be close to the old class. So I mean, it's going to be close to the old class. Well, and I don't charge near as much as I really can. I try to do something, but I also gotta pay my something. Speaking of which, now is a great time to cash app a nigga. Cash app brother Pan. Help keep that one light on right here. Cash app brother Pan. $ brother PAN. Thank you guys. I appreciate what you give too. So the subconscious mind is the goal. Is the goal. And they rocking us. And like in my first class, I used to teach in depth how they rock you with it throughout society more in depth. But to keep it on this point, what you're trying to do ultimately is be the one who does the programming of your own subconscious. That would be repetition and symbols. Boom. If this is Pan, and I was able to do so much research on Baphomet, where I am so thoroughly satisfied with the symbology and how it pertains to my existence here and perhaps beyond here, that this symbol is thoroughly programmed into me. It doesn't have to be for you. It's not like a level you get to in a cult. It's just a way to go. You can make your own symbols, but understand that symbols is how it's done. You get what I'm saying? Understand repetitions how and trauma's how the Africans use trauma, scarring, tattooing, all of that shit was rites of passage, initiation, was way of traumatizing the person to a new reality. You are trying to go back into actually what Wayne Chandler would call, and others have, but primarily my brother Wayne, because he wrote a book called Ancient Future, where your actual future is your ancient self. But you're getting back to your old shit, bruh. So to do that, you actually have to free all the cloud or all the programming that's been put in your subconscious mind from day one. For instance, this, and I argue no way or the other again, middle point shit. And remember that. Y'all should have remembered that when y'all was all trying to argue if the earth was flat or if it was round. When people asked me at the time, my answer was the mere fact that you need to ask any of it is what your problem is. The mere fact that it can be questioned and you personally don't know, is that not bothering you? That you don't know? Now, my personal opinion, based upon everything I've seen, I move more towards flat. But I'd be the first one to say, I don't know. I've never seen a picture from space. But if I was telling a story, Eric Dubé, who's still putting up fucking proof that the shit is flat. I've seen a lot of old maps, a lot of old mythology, a lot of things in the study that looks round, looks flat, I should say. So, but without going either way, here's what I found interesting. I found it interesting that if somebody would say the earth is flat, the earth is flat, the earth is flat. Now, someone would say the earth is round. They get into it, and the person, they would say to the right, and you say, well, how do you know it's round? Because it just is. I know. And I started to think, how do I know it's round? If it was me, if I was questioning it. Well, all I know is, and these people are acting as if this is research. All I know is it was just in every classroom since I was a kid. And people told me it was round. My grandmother had a globe. It was every classroom. I don't know nothing But it was there in the classroom and I was told. Then you get the story of Columbus thought the earth was flat. Oh, what a fucking fool he was when he found Indians on the other side. Oh, that damn Columbus. You know what I'm saying? But then I'll see shit there saying planes don't fly over this area. Try to get a flight over that now. Try to call them right now. Try to prove to me right now that a plane is flying over this area. Show me some proof. And no one's doing nothing about that. Like, that says something. But the other side, I know. I just know. Without thinking, I want you to hear this now. Pay attention. Without thinking, well, it's round or it's flat, I'm looking at the whole picture of humanity in this one. And when you look at the whole picture, you're the scientist. You are in the middle point. You are no longer in it. I'm sorry, you are no longer in it. You are just of it, right? So you're looking at it, at this picture outside of yourself. You're not saying, well, I think it's round or I think it's flat. I told you personally here, I think it's flat. That's all I've seen. You're putting that to rest. That belongs with your human side. You're now that occultist that's in the middle point and you're neutral. And flat or round argument doesn't matter. Look at the behavior of humans in the scenario without any physical proof, or not proof presented beyond, well, showing pictures that NASA showed us that they proved time and time again was Photoshop. They proved these pictures to be fake over and over again. They won't even answer that. They won't how could I say, I want you to hear where I'm going with this. They won't even answer that. They won't even challenge that. The picture's fake. The picture's fake. NASA got pictures. Come on, son. The Egyptian had round this. No, we could be looking at an aerial view, and that could be flat too. It's really no real answer, though the other people on the other side are giving all of these answers. So I said, we think as conscious people, you're supposed to research, and that's your belief. That's what we have with flat earth people. But what it shows us how strong, listen now, mind control is. Because even if the earth is flat, let's even go with their argument. The only proof they had that they had seen a globe and what NASA showed them, which means they are operating off of mind control based upon, because I don't know. Let's be real, we don't know how. When I get on planes, I've never seen a curve, but I've never seen it. I can't say it's all the way flat neither. Like I said, my best guess is it is. But for the most part, if guns was drawn, actually, I don't know. And you don't know neither. Anyone putting their foot down is full of shit. Like I said, the mere fact that we can ask the question is what we should be scared about. What we should be really questioning. That we as a people have no control over even where you live. Neil deGrasse Tyson said, actually it's shaped like a pear. Now it's a pear, nigga. Who you gonna argue that with now? So looking at both sides and seeing it made me say mind control. Mind control is nothing to play with. Nothing to play with. That's why people have cognitive dissonance. That's what mind control thrives on. I did a whole lecture on it. That's what mind control thrives on. Cognitive dissonance, meaning there's a distance or a space between the new reality that you've seen and what you believe. So you may see and be presented with a new reality, and if it clashes with what you believe, you walk through invisible, just like the motherfuckers on Westworld. when you talk about life and humanity, they just act like nothing's happening. Because if you talk about our world, they can't hear it. Same thing. That's cognitive dissonance, and that mind control thoroughly depends on that shit. And certain things just hit people. You may have been to school as a third grader and you walked in and you kept seeing that globe, and that became your reality. You may have had that globe, I'm going to take over the world one day. And then somebody told you that ain't the world. You know what I'm saying? Someone tells you that ain't the world. That's hard. That's hard. That's hard. You know what I'm saying? For a lot of folks. So it made me see how the mind works a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? No problem, Big Kev. Glad to give it to you, brother. Glad to give it. Like peace. Like so I started to see how the mind works. I started to see how the mind would kind of. I'm gonna start doing some lives on Fridays. I'm liking this vibe. Like I'm starting to see how the mind works, and or it was just truthfully that was another demonstration. But that's how I started to look at the mind. You have to divorce yourself from your opinion, guys. Listen closely. This is a technique. Yeah, pump right here. You have to start learning how to divorce yourself from your opinion and then look at both sides. Then observe how both sides are handling it. Then identify what's being manipulated. They're either being manipulated in two ways: mentally or emotionally, or both. You know what I'm saying? We are under mental torture by the police. What's mental torture? Every time, if you heard this, a black man drives his car and he sees those lights, he gets scared. That's a mental torture that starts the emotional thing up. So it's emotional torture. We'll get there. But or when you hear black women say everyone has that talk with their son. What talk you talking about? The talk. What's the talk? The talk about what to do when a police officer stops you in his car. That's mental torture. Scared before you go out in case you encounter police. You get what I'm saying? Scared when the police drive by. You ever be with a motherfucker driving and just police be in the vicinity and the motherfucker just be driving like, hi, afternoon, Miss Daisy. We just going to the fair. I got to make water later. Hi, officer. Nice to see you today. You guys are looking shiny. Talk that sass, nigga. Talk that sass. And then I go, you fucking punk ass police. Niggas don't never be doing shit, son. They always want to roll on a nigga, bitch ass nigga. What, nigga? I'll speed, nigga. Like, nigga, you just was driving Miss Daisy, motherfucker. All right, so where was I at? So if you can start to form the ability to non-biasedly look at scenarios, then they start presenting themselves to you. But you got to first understand the basics of what you're looking for. So the last lecture I did, look on Occult Lectures, guys. The last one I did is a must watch. It's about behavioral analysis, your facial expressions, your subconscious expression. Your subconscious mind talks nonstop. And when your conscious mind takes over, oh, it's me. Hey, Brother Panic, it's nice to meet you. And yes, I enjoy fish sticks. They're delicious. And oh, no, you got to dip them. Oh, you got to dip them. Oh, stay away from that microwave with your fish sticks, buddy. Oh, shit. Let me skip this commercial. So while we're having this conversation, you may despise my black hairs, but you may be in a situation where you have to be courteous. So your whole body language can tell me your movements, your back and the way. I went through a lot of the movements in the thing. I don't feel like going through it. But I said, let's say I ate some shit at Khadijah's, and Khadijah walks up. Pat, did you eat my such and such? And I'm like, Nah, why would I eat your such and such? Nah, I ain't do that shit. Know what I'm saying? What you talking about? But if you move it all the way, I'm shaking my head yes. I'm like, nah, I don't do that. Or you think I'm cute? Oh man, you the bomb, bitch. You the baddest bitch I seen in this motherfucker forever. No, you not. So your subconscious mind is always talking. You gotta look at niggas' moves, man. All these hand gestures a nigga do, my head movement. So I'm moving, when I'm moving back, when I'm moving in. You know, Bobby used to stand a certain way. You knew shit was coming. So you know when this shit is happening, shit is coming. So it's always talking. When you start to learn that language, when niggas bullshit, you tell when anybody's bullshitting you. When I'm looking at Trump, son, I'm on one level, I'm saying this is scary. On another level, I'm saying this shit is a masterpiece. This shit is a masterpiece. I watch CNN every day for just pro-Trump shit or anti-Trump shit, so I can, on a human level, condemn him because he's a piece of shit. Oh, no doubt. There's nothing I'm celebrating about. He's a piece of shit. Die, orange, you fuck die. Again, when you take my humanity out of it, my morality, my consciousness out of it, sitting on that middle line of polarity. So I'm no longer hot or I'm no longer cold about it. Donald Trump sucks. I'm hot. Donald Trump's the greatest. I am cold. No longer any of those things and just observe. On one side, who's hot? The people who's listening to him is the hot side. Why? Not because they're opposition, because Donald's actually on the hot side. Because he's running it and everybody's acting and reacting to it. All the actors and reactors, they are now on the cold side and they are speaking the morality. Like Donald Trump is speaking just the voice of the people. But what's scary about it and what makes it masterful, when I look in his eyes and by studying behavioral analysis, this motherfucker believes it. How you know? The pupils can't lie. When they're dilating and squinting, he made himself believe that bullshit he's peddling. In other words, he knew how to mind control himself. Now, y'all need to understand the elite, ultimately, that's what altar boys were. They used to go to these places and get traumatized by these priests on purpose to alter their consciousness. Think of the words. Think of the words. He's an altar. In Satanism, what do they call the human body? Y'all ain't fucking listening. The human body in Satanism, the witchcraft Satanism, the religion of Lavoy or LaVey or whatever the fuck his name was. The human body was called, the human female body was called the altar. And in Catholicism, they have a altar boy. When you make sacrifices or you donate, that's having sex. And at the same time, it starts to alter their mind. The same way you may have run into some women who have gotten raped, they turn into something else. TV show United States of Tara, where she became an alter, a different personality. That's when it becomes extreme. That happened to my mother. She became a man because of the trauma, the fear. After my father was gone, my boyfriend, she had a relationship after that. He was gone. I remember us being alone. And I'm getting more and more fearful and became something else. I'm sure there's more to it. I was a kid. I don't know. And without going into all of that, I've seen that firsthand. And she became an altar. It was crazy. Like her back would get stronger, her demeanor would change, voice, crazy. like that split shit. Now they're trying to create that in a system with altar boys. Give them puppies, take them away, kill a puppy in front of them after they bonded with them. They did that to George Bush. Watch the 9/11 tape when they inform George W. Bush. There's no reaction like that. They said a buzzword. They said dot 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 and went away. George's face and whole demeanor just shrunk. He turned into another person. You seen him morph right in front of your face. Watch that shit again. That was an altar word because they'll take it, they'll rape them and say words. And then they say the words and trigger them. That MK Ultra shit, all of that shit. Watch that, all those MK Ultra movies that came out. Let's say the word, boom, trigger you. The movie Serenity, they did it. They sent the frequency over the television, triggered the girl. It was in her subconscious programming. So they've been studying the subconscious and killing it with the subconscious. Warfare is the warfare. There is no other warfare. You think you fighting subconscious. The true war was this. The greatest war was your humanity. That's the great war. The greatest freedom is spirituality. Period. Now we're distracted. And the greatest war now, fuck that, it's still the same thing. Because it's all under the same banner. Let's just say that. The great war is your humanity. Great war is your humanity. And human thought. Because what I see is how people get sucked up. Black Lives Matter. I'm this, I'm that, I'm not this. Even conscious shit. Especially early on when you get in this shit, it's just a big suck up. If you don't really get what you need to supersede, it'll just be another thing you did. Or stuck there in another thing you do and have been doing. You gotta really get to understand human thought. The only thing I found that really puts that on Front Street is occult sciences. Is the stuff I've been teaching. You gotta get on. You gotta get on it. The more you get on it, the more you invest in yourself, the more benefit you'll find in everything you touch. Everything you touch becomes mind-blowing. And you'll be shocked how much you didn't see it before. We all suffer from cognitive dissonance. Some realities are in your face. And, our life experience through our pain keeps us at bay with a lot of facts that always come before us. But the crazy thing is your subconscious mind understands and pulls towards the facts. That's why you always see them. You subconsciously pull the confrontation. Because you always seen that bitch. You're not finished with that understanding. There's always that nigga showing up. You're not finished. Always the same. My boss is doing it again. I got fired again. They always want to do that to me. That shit always happened to me. That shit never happened to me. That's all your own thinking, magnetism coming out of the subconscious. The occult sciences, that was my whole class, was the methodology for teaching you how to reprogram that shit for yourself. Oh, that shit was dynamite. If people couldn't get that, they just not ready to do it. But I was laying it down. First class, boy. I did that shit for over 10 years. Over and over again. And each one was different. Beautiful teaching. Started to sell it on the website. I see some nigga put it on his website and try to sell my work half price. A body of work that I did for 10 years. What a cheesy motherfucker. So I couldn't even put it out to sell to people. So people were becoming new, coming in the game, getting it. What I may do is put it somewhere where it could stream and stream only. If I could secure it in some sort of way. But I'm like, I'm trying to tell you, That's the motion of ocean now. This book does the same shit. All the exercises start reprogramming and retraining the subconscious. Very good techniques, very good visualization techniques, and all that. So I was trying to make sure we get through all the visualizations. We put it in a certain order. You get a copy of this when you get a PDF of it. You get a clear PDF because Miss Denise Paulo made a PDF from Direct Book, and so we in business on that level. So Psychomancy class is going to kick ass. Now remember, guys, November 27th. Let me open up this flyer. Let me open this flyer. I'll find it. There we go. All right. At the Hyatt House, Charlotte City Center, 435 East Trace Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202. This Saturday, May 27th, 2023, 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Come on down, guys. Charlotte City Center. I'll be speaking live. So will Khadijah. Charlotte Center City, 435 East Trade Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202. So that's Saturday. Come on down. There's nothing really to text the hotel about unless you just want a room. But it's called Adopting a Spiritual Mentality. It'll be me and Khadijah speaking. And if you need more info from Khadijah, you pay at the door. There's no advance tickets. Just come on down. Come on, get a seat. Info at Samdi Readings, INFO at SAMEDIREADINGS.com. So info at SamdiReadings.com. And go ahead and text her. Or if you're just straight, just come on. 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. May 27th. That's on a Saturday at Charlotte City Center, 435 East Trade Street, my niggas. All right? So I hope that business is good. All right? So when I started doing techniques from this, it was a lot of visualization and moving energy and staying in the moment. So, of course, the meditations that I did on the Apple were techniques of keeping me in that moment. So meditating all these years, staying in the moment was right up my alley. So because you have to stay and walk through it in detail, most people's minds start to wander. See, I'm able to walk through everything and see everything and move everything, get it in every spot and see it expand and see it move back. Yeah, I just could feel it. I could see it. You know what I'm saying? And that's because I could stay in that imaginative moment. And like I just moved all that fucking energy. I could stay in that imaginative moment. You can too. That's all the shit that I've been trying to hit with, all the meditation, don't do all that do it if you like it. Classic yoga poses and classic meditation poses. Understand what it is, understand it does open stuff, and see if it does it for you. Me personally, never had to do this. My father was showing me in Lotus style and all of that. Then I said, even as a kid, I couldn't do Lotus. I was like, yo, this is uncomfortable. Then he said, sit straight. I said, I thought I was cheating. He said, no, you can sit straight. And then after a while, I said, can I sit with my legs hanging down off the couch? Yeah, I sat on the couch. I sat where I wanted to and have been, and you can too, and you will work. Now, as for breathing, that doesn't work for me. I wasn't taught that way. Now, I understand the power of it. I understand the reality of it. I understand the research of it. I understand the nature of it. But the question becomes, can you get in without it? I have. You know what I'm saying? So that's really the question. I believe it's everything you say it is. But I also know that I've gone to many levels of deep state of self-hypnosis without having a specific deep breath technique. But then some people say they breathe and they zone out. Then that's what you're here to do. So do that. You got to do what fits in. Like I said, I look towards the top of my head. Wayne Chandler taught a technique where you put the tip of your tongue on the top of your mouth. The further back, the better. He said if there's a notch, you're really making a connection, but you'll feel a little notch. He said you're actually plugging in. And when you plug in, when you meditate, the energy now goes in a circle because you plugged in like a connection. So the front, the back comes up, the kundalini goes up, but it goes back down and it's recycled. When you stick your tongue at the tip of your the roof of your mouth, that's it. Now I look towards the top of my forehead, because when you do that, you're turning these eyes off to the world and you're turning this eye on. Now this eye sees light and light only. So it's going to first see the light that you just got finished looking at. That's going to start to dissipate. Then it's going to start to look for more light, and it's going to look for the light within. And it's looking at your heart. So whatever your heart or your aura is doing, that's the images and the lights that you're seeing. What your body is starting to tell you, what your aura is starting to tell you is going on. So you'll start to see images and so on and so forth. So now this is actually you seeing faces or consciousness in your own aura. Y'all ain't ready for the shit that I'm telling y'all, but I'm a pretend you are. You're seeing light in your light. You're seeing the images in your aura, and they're trying to tell you a symbolic story. We're not going to be able to get that story unless we're adept with symbols and getting used to using and understanding what symbols are. Once you convince yourself, like Trump has convinced himself, once you convince yourself that's what important symbols are, when you see symbols, your spirit, your subconscious mind is going to know. Your subconscious mind is a knower. Once you say, I am symbols and symbols are this, and this is what symbols are to me, you're telling your subconscious mind, decode them. That's how you decode it. You're telling your subconscious mind decode it by telling your subconscious mind how important it is. I am the symbol. I am God. I am the symbol. I am the symbol. So when you see the symbol, you no longer have to say panic. What does that symbol mean? Know why? Because I am the symbol. I am. Oh, wait a minute, motherfucker. When is your subconscious mind gonna go, wait a minute? I know what that is. I am the symbol. That's that. It's not foreign to me. I know what it means because now I understand the language. I am the symbol. Do y'all get it? I hope y'all getting this fucking shit. Giving out your goddamn street addresses. It's me from Nebraska, nigga. We cool, we past that. Listen. Channels is coming. They falling out funky. Oh shit. That high is starting to drop, nigga. All right. She got me a big water. Let's get it. So in the aura, you'll start seeing the power, and it'll look like scary faces. It'll look like scary faces that I've taught and people have confirmed who meditate. Usually that's when most people get off board, when they see the scary face, because they think that yeah, I'm ready for class, because I felt like I was going to open my eyes and students would be there. It's class time. Okay. So they'll get off board there when they see the scary faces. So they think they're going into a place that is going to hurt them. So I told people, no, some people say they stay beyond, but I told people, no, that's where you stay, because that means you're about to break through, because you see, that's called facing your demons. So when you close your eyes and you see those lights that looks a little bit horrid or a little bit hard, when they start making these face formations, that's you actually getting to things in your heart. You're getting to the resting place that you're going to, and the demons are protecting it. So if you see the demons first while your eyes are closed, that is good, because you're facing them, and you have to go through darkness to get light. So it's symbolic of you actually uncovering light in yourself. That's all you're doing. That's the work you're doing. And then the idea that you come back with, the inspiration, is spiritual language 2. Spiritual language 1, symbols. Inspiration, spiritual language 2. That is symbols decoded and given to you in its right form. If it's not inspirational, then you didn't decode the symbol, perhaps. Correct. I need you to hear this. The deep channel right now. You did not decode the symbol correct if you don't get the inspiration with it. Not all the time, but that's what you're going for. Because the inspiration is the spiritual energy that should lead to the imagination. Oh, I thought I was in front of the camera. The inspiration should lead to the fucking imagination. You understand what I'm saying? And the imagination, along with visualization, should come to the fucking realization. I'm gonna let y'all think about that shit for a second. I'm gonna go get me a water. Fuck you, I have one. Fuck you, I have one here. See what I'm saying? See, y'all just seen the magic. I didn't know there was water here. I was about to go get one, turned around, and boom, there was a whole fresh water. That was the inspiration that led to the imagination, to the visualization, to the realization. Yeah, I'm smart, motherfucker. Fucking with y'all, but no, it really was there like that. You know what I'm saying? But you know, that is funny though. It is funny. All right, all right. So that's the path of the spirit. The spirit speaks in symbol, but that's what you should be concerned with at this point. This level of symbol, because dreams are symbols too. But this light image symbol, if you watch it and stay with that in meditation and have the ability to stay with that in meditation, you'll see, like I said, the scary face turns into the sweet face, and sometimes you see stories, and you won't understand the story. Listen, guys, like Mary had a little lamb, his fleece was white as snow. You won't understand like that. You'll just be looking at symbols. But once you did the programming, that's why all of this shit matters. Once you did the programming of I am the symbol, you're just going to feel like you know it. It's not going to make human sense. It's not supposed to make human sense. You're not always supposed to be able to explain and break it down. This is not science that you go on 125th Street and drop. Even though if I went on there, they'll still be trying to pick that shit up. But this is not that. You go beyond that, because this is not about proving. This is not show and prove. This is about fucking self-understanding. This is about an inner madness that you must obtain. Because if you gain that madness, you are now clutching on and grabbing on to the chaos of the universe. It is now, you are now becoming back a part of that which you were. So you must revel in the inner madness of this place, the inner madness of yourself, and have an inner understanding of how that madness works to some extent, which I'm giving it to you now. So when you see those light symbols and you stay with them, you'll start to see a mythology form the longer you stay with them. Not all the time, but you'll see enough to where you're gonna feel. I feel inspired sometimes to cry and don't even know why I'm crying. Chills all the time when I put two and two together. I mean, certain spirits come in, I get a fucking chill. Then they tell me what's up. Richard Pryor and Paul Mooney came in the other day, had me watch the fucking y'all. If y'all ain't see this shit, y'all niggas got to watch this shit. They had me watch the Richard Pryor getting roasted by Richard Pryor in the 70s did a television show, guys. He only did one season. There was a lot of network beef. He wanted to do this, that, the other. They wouldn't. But he's got one season in the 70s. And in the 2000s, it's over here somewhere. I probably could grab it. Shit, let's rip my movies. You know, it's down in one of these probably on the end. And it was a season. And on that season, which never aired in the 70s, was a roast. Sandra Bernhard was an upstart. Richard Pryor handpicked her. Robin Williams was on the panel, handpicked them. Tim Reed from WKRP in Cincinnati was there. I'm missing somebody else. Paul Mooney, of course, is there. First of all, I won't spoil it for y'all. Y'all will fucking lose your mind when you hear what Richard Pryor says out of his own fucking mouth if you didn't see that shit. And it's on YouTube. Richard Pryor roast. Richard Pryor roast. Because it's the only roast. And you'll see Paul Mooney hosting it. Insane. Richard Pryor, because I got his picture in my studio. So he told me to go upstairs, watch his shit. I went upstairs and watched it. After they roast Rich got up there and went off the fucking head and was murdering everybody in this motherfucker. Just saying, he was called Robin Williams. Said, yo, hey, white man, I don't care about. Let me tell you something. I said, oh, this thing, he was just cutting niggas right off the head and telling niggas, yeah, y'all should have went live like me. Boom. He was like, I've never seen nothing like that. Then I said, I have seen something like that. Bobby Hemmett did that. That's the exact. And then when Richard Pryor came through and said, yes, you do that. What's his name? Petey Green did that. It's this ability to talk endlessly off your head. He was making jokes, though. Don't get me twisted. I'm not saying I'm no Richard Pryor. My ego doesn't run that way. But it's the same energy, the same source he was trying to tell me that him and I pull from to do what we do. And I said, God damn, that's why he came through. Then Paul Mooney came through and was like, look here, nigga. You was mad when you seen me. And I was like, God damn. I had all these revelations about me being angry. And I went to a Paul Mooney comedy thing in Times Square with some co-workers, some girls. And, you know, at the time, well, he did the same jokes. It wasn't that. I just didn't have as much fun as I thought I should have. So when I got on the line, I said, at least we get this shit signed. I remember making faces because the dude in front of me was just doing some humanity shit. Paul, you're the greatest ever. But then Paul Mooney looking at me like he didn't like me. And I, you know, you don't see it then. And then he reminded me and I was able to see my face that he saw. He was like, nigga, you need to cheer up. This shit on this side is the shit. Like they would just reassuring me. They come and laugh. They've done that before. But this is 2 or 3 days ago. So watch that shit. Watch Richard Pryor's skill at just being. And now I remember Bobby Hemmett used to study the shit out of Richard Pryor. And I never seen that. I've seen him do, I knew his records. But this nigga, the way he went off the head, I think this nigga's doing what we do. I said, he just went off. This nigga went at these niggas for like a half an hour. They all went at him and they was throwing some hot ones. Rich went so hard on Robin Williams. It was so crazy. He said, how the fuck you got hair on this side of your hands? How the fuck are you jerking off? Like, yo, I was like, yo, this Rich is wild. So they couldn't air the shit. But so it's on YouTube. Richard Pryor. And then one of the dudes said, when you fuck with Richard Pryor, you got to omit the logic. And then they made a whole thing called Omit the Logic. Rich told me to watch that and probably go watch it tonight. So all of that shit starts to happen once you start having this inner conversation. The inner conversation, folks, nobody's telling you. I'm going to tell you. You're having an inner conversation with light, all right? And it speaks to you through symbols, all right? So Panic's revealing it to you because Panic been revealing all this shit to you. I don't hold that shit back. I don't be like trying to sell it to you in small doses. I'll tell you exactly what the fuck you could do to get this shit going on for free, nigga. Give me free. When y'all see me, that's what y'all say. Give us free. You ain't getting no herb packs free. You ain't getting no fucking books free. You ain't getting no classes free. But other than that, give us free. I give you free. With conditions. No books, nigga. You got to pay for the books. But real talk, all jokes aside, I try to give you shit for free. So listen, what you're trying to do, what's the work? What you're trying to do is have an inner conversation with light. Channels are coming right now, guys. This is channels. I need to know. I've never discussed this anywhere. This is coming right now. Oh, it's coming, guys. We about to break through. All right. So you're having an inner conversation with light because you're a light being and spirit speaks through light. Spirits only understand light. Because you are not acquainted with the light, spirit cannot speak to you or spirits cannot talk to you. That's why you walking around here with a thumb up your own, with your head up your own ass. You know what I'm saying? Walking in circles, going around in circles. Stupid. Walking around stupid. That's because you have no light language anymore. You lost your light language. You are a light being. I'm a sun being. I'm a person. I'm a light bringer. I'm a light bearer. What was that other shit? I'm a light being. I'm light, but you don't know how to have the conversation with light. You close your eyes, look at the top of your head, wait till the outer lights start to dissipate, which means these eyes are actually starting to close. Then you'll start to see shapes. That means this eyes open is looking for light. And your aura is a collection of what you were thinking about all day, huh? So it's looking at all your thoughts of the day. That's why when you go to sleep at night and you had a hard day and it's all in your aura, when you go to sleep, you dream about your goddamn day. And even then, your subconscious mind is trying to give you answers. That's why you see a symbol, a cat, a rat. I'm at my grandmother's house. I'm here. I'm there. I'm everywhere. Then you get up. You don't remember half of it. There's a book called Astral Dynamics by Robert Bruce. You could get to help you with that. A lot of techniques. So you can remember a lot of this. That's what astral traveling is. So you can remember the symbols, which are still light. You just seen them, which just your whole third eye just seen more of the light spectrum, because these eyes were really going to this world. So you see more of the light spectrum and more of the brain was shut down. So the pictures become clearer than just the light symbols that are just in those little rainbow specks. I don't want to talk about the rainbow specks because something keeps pulling me back from not saying that yet. But when I tell y'all about that shit, is gonna fuck y'all up. It's something maybe it is something I'm just gonna have to tell in class. I just got it. That's something class has to have. I can't broadcast it. But okay, so you'll see these light figures. Let's just say that. But when you're deeper in, that's why you see more. So they're all light communication through the language of symbols. But see, you're supposed to wake up from your dream saying, hey, I got it. Remember I said, what you're supposed to get from your thoughts that make it spiritual? Inspiration. You're supposed to, that's why you say, well, we got a problem, let me sleep on it. So when you're contemplating the problem at night, you're actually filling your aura up with it. And then when you close your eyes and start drifting, your third eye is looking through your aura. And your aura, everything that you thought about and was programmed in that moment for the day, it says, this is the most important thing it wants me to deal with. That's what your light is telling. That's how you're programming your dream. Y'all ain't ready. Y'all still fucking with zodiacs. Moon over Cancer's rising. Let's go. Let's go. Fucking open up your minds again, nigga. Where the fuck you think this shit came from? It comes from our mind. Get your mind back. Connect. I don't know who I'm yelling at. I'm just yelling at invisible person. All right. So, okay. So if you wake up inspired, that's when it should move to the next level. You know what I'm saying? That's where it gets into, wow, your imagination should come into play. Wow, man, I really seen this and that, and it was magical, and it was this goddamn bridge. You know what I'm saying? The bridge. And then I'm like, oh man, damn, I'm inspired to build this. I have the imagination, and I visualize exactly where this shit would be, man. It would look beautiful right there, man. Damn. And then you have to go about the physical means, and you had to, of course, you would think, let's assume you were thinking about a bridge because you went to school for the shit. You know what I'm saying? Not that you were fucking, yeah, man, I gotta play Grand Theft Auto when this shit come out. Ooh, I want to build a bridge, nigga. It don't work like that. Usually what's in your field of consciousness is what you're going to be inspired about. So if you went to school for nursing, but you still may say, wake up and say, but I always wanted to be a race car driver, because that's something you could, but you still would have to learn and move to it. So you may be inspired to do that. I'm not talking about on that level. If you always constantly, you became a nurse and always was thinking about nursing, then that's what's going to be on your aura. You're probably going to wake up and have inspiration in that, what type of nurse you should be. Maybe you should go into this type of treatment or the heart or whatever. All of those things will come within your, that's how people get inspired. Within your thoughts, every question you ask, everything you contemplate, your aura is actually reforming and reshaping to a frequency, to a shape, is how we see it with the third eye. That's your third eye looking, and it's supposed to pull out this information. And now you also can add light. So that's why visualization and imagination is also key, because going the other way, you start from visualization and imagination. And 9 times out of 10, even though you probably can, some of us can imagine something that doesn't exist. Most of us start our imagination with something that exists, and maybe some of us can modify it in our mind. So you're able to visualize or imaginate. That's first. If your visualization and imagination on this subject becomes so strong, or maybe so constant, or maybe just so interesting, that you now become inspired by it. And now that it's going backwards now, and now that you're inspired by it, and whatever it is, you can now bring it into your light and become a part of whatever it is, or become whatever it is. So the idea is, you want to take, I don't know, let's start with a book. You want to take this book, and while you're reading, oh, I really connect with this book, to be able to visualize where the author is saying, to imaginate with the stories that he's telling, to be walking with him, to see it in your own head, ultimately visualizing the scenarios, imagining the scenarios, seeing how you fit moving forward, or even in the past sometimes, in the scenario of the author's story. I really dug this author. I fucked with all this shit and blah, 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 blah. I really, because you were able to see it. And once you're able to see it, it can become once you're able to see it through visualization and imagination, that's how you say, I can see it here. Then you start to see it internally, because it's in the aura based upon your thoughts. You were all intrigued with this book. You were all about this book. It's about this book. So it's in your aura. Then you become some of the wording of it, because you were inspired by it. So now you're putting it in you. Now you're putting this light information, the light, you're putting it in you now by being inspired and being able to see it. That's why the African told stories to teach their kids. They didn't want to rob the kid of the visualization, and they didn't want to rob the kid from using his imagination as they told their words. So if I'm talking about the desert monster, the desert monster may look a certain way in my head, in a certain way in your head. So for me to keep the desert mantra neutral or a generalized description of them allowed the individual to have his own idea of it, his own idea of the demon, his own idea of the monster. Therefore, when he thinks of how to win and fight the monster himself, when he hears the story of the hero, they naturally put them. Everyone naturally puts themselves in the place of the hero. So how does he fight the monster that he's seen in his own mind, which now becomes his own demon, his own monster that he's fighting? So when they hears the story and you're in love with the hero, you visualize and internalize yourself as the hero, and you see the monster as a generalized beast. Not talking about movies, we're talking about mythology. When you see him as a generalized beast or a standard beast, you create the beast that you desire. And that beast now is how you win through the story of the hero that you just heard. And that's how people can change themselves over stories, mythologies. And Africans knew that shit. You get what I'm saying? Africans knew that shit, and that's why they taught the way they taught. That's a sacred science because we knew that shit and taught them. So, where was we? All right. So, the meditation tool, the meditation is important. The ability to zone and stay controlled in your zone is important because your thoughts can reach and reach so far out through parallel universes. My thoughts are so far gone. Like you have to do a lot to even stay grounded in this place. Otherwise, you just wouldn't care because you're so far beyond a lot of the thought. So I know how you stay grounded. Ironically, I found out what it's really for. You stay grounded through courtesy. You know, as a New York nigga, courtesy ain't on the top of the list. No tep. What up, my no teppers? Courtesy is not really on the top of the list in New York. So, and then when you have a funky life, you know, and like I said, I don't brag like I had the worst one because I know everybody got something going on, black people, but you know, I am no different, is all I say. So poor, humble beginnings, and you know, courtesy, you know, you learn it, you know, everyone teaches you, say please, say thank you. Your grandma Dukes is there. I had two grandmothers and two grandfathers, you know what I'm saying? Then step grandfathers. And you know, so everyone taught me my manners. But you know, you learn that's not how you survive. And then when I came in this environment, you still using the same techniques. You look like a fucking idiot. You know what I'm saying? You know, hey, how you doing? Fuck you looking at that kind of face. Like you know, niggas is saying hi. Niggas asking, oh, you about to cook out. And like each time you have to register, oh, you're about to cook out. Get out my business, motherfucker. Like, cause in New York, if you say hi, the next nigga, you got $5. That's what that is. So I thought about it and I said, yo, I was out of place, you know, wearing Timberlands and all this shit when you know niggas is out here doing something else, looking like you know New York. So it took me a while to get in the cusp of the shit, and then you know like I thought about it and I said, you know something? If I went to New York, hey, how you doing? How's it going? I said, you know, that's actually disrespectful in New York. Like New Yorkers don't say hi because we're not courteous. We don't say hi because hi comes with a whole nother story in New York. So we learn to look straight ahead and keep going is actually an ultimate form of respect in New York. That's saying I respect you in New York when I'm going to look straight ahead and keep going and not say nothing to you because I'm not invading the little bit of space that you got with even a hello. That's New York standard. It's not even about, so when we come out of town, we do the same thing. And it looks messed up because now that I'm used to hello, 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 when I went to California and went in the store and nobody even made eye contact, I literally was hurt. Like I was walking out the store with my loaf of bread, going, "What the fuck just happened?" They just like, "Am I here? I'm a man. I'm a man." And then I said, "Oh shit, that's how people felt in New York." And then I thought about it. I said, "No, but it's disrespectful coming away with that high shit in New York too. Motherfuckers want to be left alone. That's how it's really done. Just a nod will do." Now, I can't remember why I brought any of that bullshit up. Well, like I said, people, y'all got to go deep and understand the subconscious mind. Like, if y'all could get, what is his name? The magician. Pete, not Phil Hines or Peter Carroll. What's his name? It's called The Magician. It's out of print. I don't know if it's back. Uh, is it Phil? Not Phil Hine. The Magician. Um, but I know there's PDFs. Phil Cooper. Thank you, Jamie, and thank you, Orpheus. Phil Cooper. Phil Cooper, The Magician. I know there's PDFs floating if you can't get the book, but it's a sweet rendition of what the subconscious mind is and what it does. Even before that, get Cooper's book. Uh, James, no, not Cooper, James Van Fleet, The Power of the Subconscious, the hidden power, something of the subconscious mind. But The Hidden Power by James Van Fleet. Get that. That's a book I read at about age 16 that changed the whole game. That put me on the path of understanding the subconscious mind. He broke it down and breaks it down very eloquently, and he breaks it down very clear. I was 16 years old and got it as what it does and how it works and the power that it possesses. So there's plenty of study after that that I got into, but that started the path. And that should I want y'all to start looking at this as your game. This is your joystick. You understand? Your mind is your joystick. The vibration that your joystick take out when you fuck up is your emotions. They work hand in hand. You ain't gonna be able to play that joystick if it's vibrating, and you ain't gonna get it to vibrate unless you ain't rocking that joystick. They gotta work in harmony, niggas. Work in harmony, niggas. All right, y'all. Don't forget, Brother Pan, Cash App a nigga. Get the shit popping, son. Cash App $ Brother Pan. Hook a nigga up. You know what I'm saying? Do something to make me feel better. Go on. Do something to make me feel better. What's the name? Richard Pryor said he liked that Eddie Murphy shit with Dolomite. Ringing the ding, ringing the ding dong, ringing the ding dong. Shit is funny as fuck. All right, what we gonna get into? What we gonna get into? What we gonna get into? Let's get into it. So yeah, I used to I used to go on the train and do the techniques of psychomancy in the summer. And like what I used to do is like try to see if I could make the lady across from me go to sleep and nod off, you know what I'm saying? I used to try to make like another lady or something, like her nipples pop out of her shirt, like they pop up. And then, you had the I used to make the Hasidic Jews get itching attacks, you know what I'm saying? They just be there scratching. I'd be like, yeah, that's me, motherfuckers. That they were easy to do shit to. You could because they're showing you how to shoot your intention through light. All the shit I just told you about light is not in psychomancy. That was just channeled just now. So, but in psychomancy, he talks about how to pull light from the medulla, from the genitals first to the medulla oblongata as a reservoir, and then because the nerves for the eyes go all the way to the back of the head, so you're pulling it to the back of the head, medulla oblongata, and how to deal with that next. Take class, you lazy motherfuckers. And so using those techniques, and he also told me, I don't know, take class, but uh, some of the best, find, having a lady fall asleep, her legs open. Everything I did to practice my techniques was always sexual, because that's what's going to keep you occupied the most, us nasty niggas. You know what I'm saying? So, you try to see if you can move the crowd. You know what I'm saying? Now, as I read it a second time, there's actually more stuff that you could actually do, because, when you always read something else or go back to some old study, you're somewhere else. So when you read it, it enters. So I'm actually glad I read it a second time to do this. I understand the difference between X-ray and infrared. And the device that I talked about, the Healy device that I talked about, if you look at my last lecture, the Healy device that I talked about, that's how it operates. It operates on two different frequencies. It operates where one frequency, you either have to be plugged in or in the vicinity. That's infrared. The other one works on uh, uh, what you call it, quantum mechanics, where you can actually have a client. So I could scan Khadijah's hand. Khadijah could be at her on the other side of the planet, says, hit me with a frequency, and it has her quantum signature, and it sends it out through a quantum tunnel and connects to her. Ooh, boo, I feel it. Now, okay, so where was I going with that? So he talks about it. He calls it the infrared. You have to be in the room, but he says X-rays. They could be anywhere, pretty much on the planet. The other one says you could be anywhere in the universe because it's quantum. But same concept. Someone has to be in a room. You could send your intention directly, or you could send in by doing some other technique, which is not hard at all. You could actually send it through. You could send your X-ray out and put that intention, and it'll hit that person through you connecting through visualization or whatever. And all that shit is true, because all that should be the same concepts when I study voodoo magic. Just some of the techniques in it. Not now, I am no master of anything. I'm a jack of all trades. And I urge anybody getting into this to have the same mentality. Be a jack of all trades and a master of none. A master of none, you put yourself in a room with a ceiling. Because to master something, I mean, to whatever you mastered as, you never had. Taste a little bit of everything, God. You created everything. You're the Lord of all things. All things are yours. You should be so greedy to study all things, to get a piece of all things, to know a little something about something, and know even more about what you don't know. You know what I'm saying? To question what it is you think you know, and know that you don't know shit. Know what I mean, son? Now, that's a quote, a direct quote. All right, let's see what we're gonna get into. Oh yeah, starting to feel the flow. Feel the flow. All right. So remember, I'm trying to contemplate if I want to stay or go. I'm starting to think I want to watch some fucking movies. Catch y'all niggas next Friday. I ain't catching me for no 5 hours every Friday. So we're gonna talk about one more subject. Then I think I'm gonna hit the bricks, guys. So I'm gonna leave it up to y'all. What you want to talk about? Jesus. You want me to talk about these nuts? Is it Jazero? These nuts? You want to talk about these nuts? These nuts? Hold on. You want to talk of Zero wants to talk about These nuts. These nuts. These nuts. I don't know if Bobby's doing well. I haven't talked to him for years. Y'all don't understand. He said, fuck y'all. I don't know if he said that. I mean, I guess he said goodbye. Let his work speak for itself. How's he doing? How are you doing with his work, I imagine? That should be the real question. Class is going to start when I come back from this lecture, I believe. Like I said, it was about when I was ready to start organizing it. I think I'm ready. I just got on into the live for a couple of hours. Yeah, I think I'm ready to start doing classes again. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. But that shit is here. The light is here. Like, that's what I'm going to talk about in the lecture on May 27th in North Carolina. So I'm not going to really speak on Beetlejuice right now because I'm going to give a lecture on it. So let these people have the benefit. No tap, no tap. So like I said, we'll talk about another subject if somebody come up with some good. Beetlejuice was a good idea, but when we talking about AI, they still doing a lot of propaganda with AI as they slip it in, but they've been slipping it in. Alexa was AI, all them Google searches was AI. There's something else that was a Ring, the doorbell was AI. I mean, shit, the phone system. How the fuck they know your voice? Say your credit card number 576. Did you say 5764? They're like, that's artificial intelligence there. So they've been doing it. They just keep showing us a robot that's going to say he's going to fuck us up. You know what I'm saying? Is AI out there? I think we've been living with robots since the fucking 60s. Half these niggas is robots. I think half these niggas, y'all worshiping fucking rappers robots. And because the nigga who came and started drill music and now he's gone. If he's not a robot, he's definitely a robot provocateur. New findings on Cthulhu? No, there's no new findings besides once you understand what Cthulhu is. I've already broke down the concept as I see it, but see, these concepts are so vague, you may be able to see it a different way. Me, I found a satisfactory concept that plugs the mythology into other mythologies and other philosophies that it lines up with. Or like I said, I made it up because even if it's all made up in my mind, that's good enough for me because Donald Trump in it. Remember? Donald Trump made it real, and all these people are now believing a reality based on millions, based upon someone who made it real for himself. That's what Bobby Hemmett was trying to tell you when he said he drank peach soda and healed himself. Y'all understand? What he was trying to tell you was if you make up your mind, you can make it to be you can make anything you want to be real. Somebody told you ginkgo, ginseng and all that shit helps you. You don't fucking know. You don't have a fucking lab. The same way you don't fucking know the earth is round or flat. You got to be real with yourself. The only thing that's real is what you say is real. So you need to start making yourself say the things you desire to be real in. If you know that's how the mind works, then what are you waiting for? Is where I was going with that. In fact, this whole conversation. Once I stood out and seen Donald Trump and looked on both sides and said, he's making whatever the fuck he wants to make, and it's taking him to on everyone's tongue around the fucking world. And that's what he wants. That's not what I want. That's what he wants. But he's making it work. But he made himself believe it. Is that not what Bobby Hemmett has been saying to you? Is that not what I told you when I was telling you this fucking story? When I said, yo, I was telling Bobby, yo, I did this shit on Avatar. Yeah, that's what's wrong. You know what I'm saying? They make these movies, white man come in, teach all these African motherfuckers how to do shit, because them blue motherfuckers African. I said, yeah, No, yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, Bobby, I did the lecture on Avatar. You know, we need somebody to come in like the inaberrate man to come on in and what he could do. See here, what he do is he change what's going on because the African this shit just go on and on. With the African and whatnot. And you see here, so we had to get the man in there. You get a man in there. And then he changes up the game. So they have to do that once in a while. Okay. So I was about I went to the Chinese restaurant, man. It was arguing over my food. Don't eat that, man. You can't eat that. You see, there's a certain type of energy that goes into the food and for the hands that prepare them. You see, that's why your mama would tell you, they would say, like, you got to bless the hands that prepared it. That's why they say that shit. Because the hands, he ain't going that far. But then he's like, then the next day I'm like, yeah, I went to the Chinese restaurant and I ate this food, but I feel kind of sick. They was arguing, over my food. See, you had to eat that. The spirit needed you to eat that because you had to clean out. See, from time to time, the spirit would make you eat because there's an eighth chakra that opened up and there was a valve. And see, it's happening to you. You could just throw up at will because the body's changing internally. All that shit was real. Like I felt and seen and went through DNA changes all those years. You would see, and you can't explain it. It's a whole. It's like a shift, and it's not like you're shape shifting, but it's differences. Your DNA. You just know your DNA is something's changed. It's because you're dealing with so much light, so much information. I'm telling you, this shit is food. It's truly the food. And that's exactly what I would have to say it felt like. It felt like my whole entire being was eating. Oh, that's why you must always study. That's the true food. That's what your soul is eating. That's what your spirit is eating. Hands down. It needs that light. And we say it, light is food. Give me that food in the morning. They be say like it's food for the brain. No, it's food for the aura. Because if you put all that light in the aura, just like I told you at what happens during the sleep or the meditation process, and the third eye opens, is looking through your aura, and it's got all this new information, this new higher light, this new more advanced, quicker light, faster light than you're vibrating. So that light starts to get with your light, and the stronger the new light is, it more starts to bring up your vibration because you vibrate at a thought frequency. So the more you get new shit, that's new food that feeds you and makes you stronger. So when the DNA changes that I was just talking about, the spirit just told me what was actually happening to me. That is actually food I was eating when I was studying at this time, and all I was feeling most of the change because my whole aura was programming the subconscious mind to reach for all of these things that I was now studying. But you got to be dedicated. Gosh. Now I remember why Bobby used to always talk about you have to be dedicated to the study. Because if you dedicated to the study, you're truly gonna put the light in. If you're just looking at something to repeat to other black people to sound smart, you're not really putting the light in. Therefore, you're not getting the food. You're getting the information to repeat. Therefore, you're feeding the ego, which we used to talk about. And then what Bobby used to talk about was always feeding the heart. And what he was talking about was the information was the actual food that you were feeding, because when you're inserting that information into the aura, the subconscious mind is feasting off of it is waking out its atrophied sleep because you're instructing it with shit to do. You understand? You're instructing it with shit to do by giving it new information. You must seek new information. Stay the fuck off of the same information and the same motherfuckers, even if it's me preaching the same shit. If they ain't talking no new shit, I try to talk new shit. If they talking that old cheerleading shit, you got to ask yourself, are you really eating food? Are you really getting that light? Or are you getting entertainment? And there's nothing wrong with entertainment, but just know the difference. Know the difference. I there's plenty of times I turn on YouTube to entertain myself, and I must say I entertain myself with some of the things that may offend you deeply. You understand what I'm saying? But I understand I'm there for entertainment. When I'm there for knowledge, I'm trying to find something I don't know, not find repeats of what I do know, because new information is new programming in the light. And because I know how to close my eyes and get into a place of peace, I know how to do the work, or AKA also known as just look within. Look at those lights to be inspired, to look for the inspiration within the light. I'm just looking at the light in myself, and I'm seeing when my stillness, when you're in stillness, the light moves more. That's why you relax. Ooh. And in that stillness, when the light's moving more, you get to start seeing images and formations. And then you want to see, oh, I'm looking at pyramids. Oh, I'm looking at this. Until something comes in your thinking, and it comes. You'll think of something ancient, a crystal you need, or whatever. A can of soup your ass should be eating. Something will come where you feel like this is the shit. This is what I should be doing. This is something here. There's something there. And it may take a couple of sessions of meditating, but you always are searching in your own light. And what you feed your light is what's around you. Food also contributes to that. So there's a point when your health people say eating this and eating that, because if you're putting made up shit like Snickers, you are putting that in your aura. And so when they say you are what you eat, now I'm telling you, these niggas are gonna tell you it's about your fucking, and they right, it's about your spleen and your pancreas and your pinky toe from not falling off from fucking diabetes, which I have none of that, not even high sugar. I haven't made the sugar. I'm shocked because the spirit be eating this candy. I don't eat this candy until I start talking to you. Real talk. That's why it's in here. This is my office. It should be in the room with me. I don't eat it until I start talking to you. You know what I'm saying? And because spirit is actually eating this candy. You know what I'm saying? I have none of that shit. None of that. I do have high nigga blood pressure, but that's New York. And but diabetes, none of that. And I don't know, I brought all that shit up. You know what I'm saying? But I totally get what Bobby was talking about, how this could sustain you, because now it expands this channel. When they say people ate the sun, no, I get it. We were able to probably sustain ourselves with that light, but we still had to transmute that light through our thought, through our visualization and imagination, to be food. If this is just raw light coming down, it wasn't just, oh, we're eating off the light. No, we had to do exactly what we do, because we actually still eat the light. We just eat food too, because we don't know how to eat off the light to sustain the human body anymore. But we still eat off the light. This third eye is whatever the aura is absorbing is eating. Who said they want to hear about these nuts? These nuts, the armor of these nuts, the shield of these nuts. I mean, Jesus is talking about the aura. The aura is your shield. You shield and strengthen your aura because you don't want the bullshit in your aura. Because when you close your eyes, you're putting it in your subconscious. That's what your subconscious mind eats. That's how your subconscious mind dissects the world. That's how it dissects your experience, through the light that comes through your aura. Work with me, people. Work with me. The third eye sees the aura. That's why some people can see it. People with high third eye activity can see other people's aura live. And they see the aura on the outside of the body. And that's certain colors that are dissected. The inner light is what you're looking for. Amun Ra, the hidden light, the true sleeping God inside of you, active but in the inner world. This is all underworld shit, y'all. This is dark side shit, I'm telling y'all. Oh, we gonna talk that sass, Ron F. We gonna talk that sass, nigga. This is all underworld shit. You understand what I'm saying? Talk about Cthulhu. That's the dark side. No, nigga. Guess what, nigga? This the dark side I'm talking about. The dark side is the real light side. You in darkness now. Humanity is the true darkness. And they switched it around. You're in the world of the upside down. So what you call dark is light. That's why this is upside down, nigga. Because this is telling me what world I'm in. And it's Satan's world. It's Set's world. This is Set. And it's upside down because Set has turned the world upside down. I told you that shit when I decoded the pyramid text. Judy K. King, how did die not come back? Don't fuck around. Don't fuck around. You're in the world of the upside down. Your whole vision, when you see something, it turns it upside down in your head to see it. You're in the world of the upside down. That's why it says the dead king must turn right side up, or must turn around, the dead king, to be in the world of the real. That's when this pineal opens. Get ready, niggas. Beetlejuice, nigga. It's on. Time to do devilishment, nigga. Time to get that devilishment on. Ain't nothing but devilishment, nigga. My water is devilish. All this devilishment out here. Knock this water down. What the fuck I do it? This when you know you're getting old. What in the fuck did I just do? It can't be Mr. Foul. There we go. I'm dragging something. Oh, motherfucker. Now that's meth. That shit went back in the ethers. Fuck is the water? Yo. Satan, oh, there we go. I'm about to say, Satan give it, then he taketh away. Satan give it, and then Satan taketh away. All right, so, yeah, I'm in the zone right now. Y'all niggas ain't ready. Meditation, boys, y'all and girls, y'all got to get into this. It's the only way you can really start to pull from what the light is saying in you. Because even if you don't witness this, or you turned a blind eye to it and just go to sleep, let's just say, you zone out of your consciousness because you haven't learned technique, or you just go to bed. This is still happening. And if you are someone who's not aware of it, then that means you most likely believe shit just happens in the world and you're led around by it. You don't realize it's your anger in your subconscious that you're actually feeding off of, that you're actually eating, that you actually grew an appetite for. That's why you're angry. So that's why you need to stay angry. That's why you find funky ass hoes and always argue with them. You always fight. That's why you got road rage, shit like that. Because now you've learned to close that eye and see that anger in your aura of the day. And then that's the addiction. Oh, I'm high, nigga. Let's get high off of your light. My light and your light equals light high. High, nigga. So all of that crap is what's really happening. You're eating off of your own dysfunction, and your addictions actually become a deity or a egory. Look at a book called Creating Magical Entities by Michael Cunningham, I think it is. And he tells you about how entities are easily created purposefully, and how you create entities called thought forms. That's the word I was looking for. How you create entities called thought forms daily with your own thoughts. How these same routine thoughts, I hate my boss, I hate my boss, I hate my boss, when you get home, vibrate at a light frequency and reside in the corners of your homes. That's why a lot of rich homes, you'll see they'll have a lot of round area in the architecture, because corners are where things slow down. The energy slows down. That's why when there was a hyper kid, they would make them stand in the corner for a punishment. slow down and center himself. And so your negative energy is in corners. So when you clean your house, you spray the corners and you put shit in the corners because that's where the energy resides. That's why you bring that shit up for. What the fuck was I talking about? What the fuck was I talking about? That's when I know I'm starting to zone out. I heard ODB in the Wu-Tang Clan in the other room, so something happened. Something's happening. I'm waiting for somebody to tell me something. Yeah. Okay, right. Creating your own entities of gods. You create your own, thank you. You create your own thought forms. And if you're not aware of this, all your negative thoughts become entities that serve you more of that negativity. So when you can't get out of a slump, when you know, good or bad, these are my lucky socks. The socks aren't lucky. You put a thought form called lucky socks, connected it to a object. The same way I made this a spiritual object because this is like a lucky socks. But what am I doing? That's a thought form. That's why it works because I am putting a thought formation for it to serve me the way I choose for it to serve me as an object. That's why you have statues. That's why we did it when we had little baby dolls and little action figures and little car trucks. We made it real because we knew how to take an inanimate object and put an energy in it that bring it to life. So we did it. It's not really a deep thing. I gotta read the book again. All you have to do is remember what you did when you was a kid and you played with your Luke Skywalker doll. All you have to do is remember when you played with your doll baby, your stuffed animals and shit. You made it real. You do the same thing and deal with it the same way, like as a person standing right here. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry, just chill. You're gonna get it. You're gonna get something later. He wants one of these Snickers. And like, yeah, just chill, nigga. Just chill. Just work with me. Boom. Talk to them. They're alive. They're alive. Work with me now. Don't. He says, some of you motherfuckers look like y'all niggas should be doing other shit in life. Don't be rude. He's a rude motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Don't be a motherfucker. Nobody likes that, man. All right? Good. All right. Good. All right. So he's cool now. Be cool. All right. Greedy motherfucker here. Happy. Good. There we go. Now, get off my mind, motherfucker. Now, back to it. Now, I'm just fucking with you. We hanging out on Friday acting stupid. All right. So, yeah, you want to be mindful of that process because you want to create the thought patterns that create entities that serve you. So you don't have to say, well, I want to ask Lakshmi for money. If you already know I am money, just like I am the symbol, you don't have to ask nobody for money. Your money. You'll find it's always in your hand. You won't even, just like that water, it was just on the fucking bed. It'll just be, shit just happens. And I'm not saying that's so, I'm sure I put it there another time. It didn't come out of the ethers, but the convenience of life seems to be like that. You know what I'm saying? Things seem to work out. It seems to be more order because you are absolutely aware of your reality because half the things in your reality were pre-programmed by you. And I didn't realize. I remember one time me and Dane sat down. What do you want out of life, man? 14. So I want my own house, my own fine woman, light skin. You always want light skin. So I don't want to work for nobody. I want all these clothes. I want all the sneakers I want. So I don't know if I want kids, but they gotta be good. Blah blah blah. I got all of that shit to the T. I was like, yo, actually, this is everything I said I wanted. Studio, and then all the things as I grew up and wanted, got those things too here. Music studio, now a granddaughter. So When I look, I'm like, yo, like this is a 180 from what I was in New York. And I would have never thought I would ever be in this scenario. But as I started fucking with the magic, I started to know I could build whatever scenario I wanted. That's what I was talking about when I was doing Bobby Hemmett. Don't eat food that people have argued over. You'll get sick. Bobby, I ate some food that people were arguing over. And I threw up. You had to get sick, the spirit. I'm like, why does he just say whatever? I said, oh, if there's no line of hot and cold, then why is there a line of right and wrong? Now I get beating somebody's grandmother up versus not. So I used to kill people with this story. I used to say, what if you walked up, see me beating up an old lady? Is that bad or good? Well, that's bad. I said, what if she just killed my whole family? And this is justice. Well, that's good. I said, how is the same act bad or good? That means bad or good isn't real. It needs to be questioned. Now I understand my imbalance. If I'm beating up an old lady, that's out of balance. And I understand karma. If I'm beating up old lady, somebody is coming back some sort of way. So blah blah blah. We can go all day, but or we could go further on that all day, but we're not, because I already forgot what we was talking about. I did that, and that's what I was trying not to do. Okay, Bobby was talking about. I'm seeing what he was doing was programming himself for no line. He was making himself always right. Everything that happened, he chose to see it his way. And if he chose to see it his way, when there's bumps and bruises, he sees it his way. Therefore, it's no longer a bump and a bruise. It's no longer a surprise. Um, because that's what he chose to program himself with to deal with this reality. So, in other words, he programmed himself to be always right. And then it made me question what is right or wrong? Who's taking count? No, if no one's taking account of right or wrong, what if, and that's now I really get what Bobby's talking about. What if you are the architect of right and wrong? We're not talking what we classify socially as good and evil, beating up old people or tripping or kicking dogs. Let's get all of that out of it. We're just talking what's the best way to say it? And because I could get into the deeper metaphysical theories why that isn't real. We're just talking about the idea of you being trapped in polarity and having to define something as good or evil. Because what's evil to you may be good to another person. What's good to another person may be evil to you, depending on how somebody told you to grow up. Or they say one man's garbage, one man's junk is another man's. One man's garbage is another man's prize. One man's, So what they're trying to say is it's not uniformed all the way. Therefore, everything could be debated or questioned. And if it could be debated or questioned, you're still dealing with human logic and your conscious mind. So let's try to supersede that thought, because that's what people try to bring it down to when I'm talking, because they're too stupid to move up to what I'm talking. They're gonna bring it down to an argument. So you saying punching the old lady in the face? What you saying? That's not evil? You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking on that level. That's evil by our social standards, by whatever. But there's a movie called Midsummer, Midsummer, where the old people at age 70 or something jump off the cliff and die and these people are pushed back. And he's like, no, this is what we do. So what's moral and evil? The one maybe not punching the old lady in the face, of course, is evil. I've learned all my life that that's evil, so I would call it evil. But if we get into the occult, there's no such thing. That's imbalance. That's why the first courts were Ma'at. You get what I'm saying? They was coming with trying to deal with balance, and I was talking to my boy. You got to think, shit was fucked up back then too. Because if they got rules, I shall not steal goats. That means back in your beloved Egypt, somebody was stealing goats. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to say, I shall not steal goats. Somebody stole some fucking goats. Which nigga in the goddamn room stole some motherfucking goats? Come on, nigga. Oh, I could smell the hot sauce on you motherfuckers now. Who stole a goat? Who the fuck stole a goat? Come on, talk that sass, nigga. You anarchist son of a bitch. You stole a goat, you son of a bitch. You need to get the goddamn billy goat back in this motherfucker. All right, bugging out on Friday with your niggas. Ain't nobody stealing that goat on my time. Goddamn Alexander. So we need more people like Alexander up in this motherfucker. Come in here and stop fucking with that goat, baby. Motherfucker, the nigga like family. The goat like family, man. He come in here, he fucking with family. Braun stole a goddamn goat. Motherfucking Braun. All right, what I was saying. So when he showed how to be the concept that he was doing, logically makes no fucking sense, nigga. It's either apple or orange. I get it. But your subconscious doesn't use logic. Your human brain use logic, and Bobby still knew how to talk to me logically. He still knew up was up and down was down. But in his own internal world, up and down didn't mean shit. Everybody's going to get a pancake. You understand? And you have to start doing that by breaking these walls. And that's what cyclomancy teaches you in the first fucking exercise. It's actually the second. Hot and cold, how to break that wall in your mind. You can still get burned and you still could get frozen. That's the argument niggas want to have with you. Don't have that argument. Come to this level of that argument in your own head. Why do some people say this is hot and some people say this is cold? Some people say cold is kind of hot, and why you say this is freezing? Why? Because there is no line. It's a perception, and if our perception can be moved, then we can open the door for possibility of the imagination and the visualization. And when we bring that mentality into the light that we're studying for the day, we take what we've studied, we take what has happened to us, we take what we encounter, and we raise it to a greater level. What makes it great? Not rationale, not thinking, not figuring it out later, programming yourself and understanding visualization and your imagination, having that, exercising it still out here. Play with your fucking kids. Play with your fucking kids. Play with your fucking kids. Stay exercised. Observe your fucking kids. Stay exercised in the area of visualization and imagination, because when you bring that into the process of your dreams, and you can learn through astral traveling basics and meditation basics how to remain inspired from your dream. You ever wake up excited from a dream, but then by the time you peeing, you forgot? That's inspiration. You got to stay in that moment. When you wake up, take that moment. What's happened? What am I thinking about? You don't have to remember the dream. Just remember, what feeling am I feeling that makes me happy right now? I'm thinking actually about making a pizza, eating a pizza. Then just go get some pizza. That's what the spirit was telling you. Simple shit. But see, the spirit with a bird's eye view, a view of the future, past, and present, can be able to start a chain of events by giving you the craving for pizza that you recognize and respect it. Because that's the answer to the equation in a symbol. So these advanced equations, your subconscious mind is doing all the background math. 5 + 4 - 7, you get the slide, all that shit you see on the board, and then a white man standing with a chalk, just looking at a bunch of fucking parentheses and equal signs and shit. That's interesting. Then they always erase apart and ask, fake ass motherfucker don't know shit. Know what I'm saying? Don't know shit. Trying to pretend they know some shit. So your subconscious mind does all of that shit and then shows it to you in a picture, because that's our language. Remember, they said when we was talking click tongue, which was the first language, what they were saying was what they were actually trying to do was activate the pineal that was shrinking. Trying to activate this shit. They said the slaves, as Wayne Chandler said, puts the tongue on the top of the roof of the mouth and used to hum. Because when you do that, it vibrates the pineal, and that's how they used to zone out and let the body just fucking do the. There used to be in meditative zones picking cotton. Y'all ain't ready. They used to be in meditative zones humming out, picking out cotton, zoned out. That's how they could do that shit all day. They were gone. They were looking at the inner light. And when they kept looking at the inner light, they knew what light was missing. And then they started singing now, sweet low, sweet chariot. They were talking about the phase lambda light, the shit that happened in your lifetime. That chariot swung low. It's here. Sweet Jesus has returned, folks. Give us your donation at $ Brother Panic. Brother Pan. That is $ Brother Pan. Give us your donation. We Lord. We're going to need it at your Cash App. Go on for the gusto. So that has happened. That swing low. And they knew this was the missing element that trapped them down here. The ship that has left them was light. We are light beings. So when they were singing for Jesus, the sweet Jesus, just like they made the saints, they made the Orishas into the saints. We made phase lambda into the Jesus light. That's the Christ light. That's the light of the Lord that's coming through. That's the reflection of God through our sun. So when Betelgeuse comes, it hits all the other stars of the suns, and it divvies up that light. Then it reflects it back on what it controls. And in this sun, illusionary controls us. What's really happening is we're getting a reflection of that cosmic, and it's an internal thing that's happening, an internal thing that woke up. See, even what did happen was Bobby Hemmett, myself, Brother Phil, Dr. Africa, Dr. Joe Polkram, Francis Cress Wilson, Carol Barnes, Umar Johnson, Khadijah, and the list goes on and around the corner. Brother C. Freeman L, Dr. Delbert Blair, you know what I'm saying? James Smalls, all of these brothers, Dr. Richard King, you going and on and on. By us talking about it and creating that first network, we injected into the consciousness of the entire planet in a hot injection of consciousness. Most of those guys are gone. I was a little bit younger. Dr. Aleem El Bey, who is still here, so he bears witness to it as well because he is from the original set when this shit was going around in VHS tapes. I hold the VHS tapes of this shit. He's from the original set. What we injected and what was happening was nobody was debating anybody. When y'all seen debates, it was already over. The real set had been done. Everyone from all walks of life would get around under one conscious understanding, just sharing the best of their life. And no one disputed anything. If it was light, it was light. No one said, I'm from this and that. Everybody was always a former this or that. Everyone has already came out of something, was stuck in something. So that's it. So no one even wanted to name us anything. So the description was, we're conscious, which just means generally you're awake. Doesn't mean you know shit, just means you know something ain't right. And that's why it was so general and such a basic thing. And it was more of a description, because people would sit there and go, because such and such, because we do this. People would stop you in your tracks. Wait a minute. Who are we? Because the order of the day, they used to say it was the cat call. Don't join nothing. Don't follow nothing. Follow yourself. So by the time we got to followers online, that message has changed. But see, I haven't changed that message. I'm, in fact, making a point. Don't follow me, follow this. Don't follow me, follow yourself. Don't follow this, follow yourself. So that's from the old world of how we thought. But that could say, what I noticed is I'll see regular human Christian shows, and they're saying words that collectively were brought from our network that we used to share, say, and refer to. And like they'll say now, well, he's a melanated brother. That's a melanated such. He's a melanated this. I'm like, yo, what's up, Mr. I Like It Raw? What's up? Like Azazel, thank you, Swords. I mean Azazel, that's Pata. Queen of Swords' name is Pata. She is Miss Pata. You thought I forgot Pata? Hi, Pata. She's a Pata. She's a Pata. So yeah, Queen of Swords is my girl too. Yeah, Azazel, thanks, Queen of Swords. Swords. Now, where was I at? Blubbering. So what I noticed is we injected a certain frequency in the consciousness that is manifesting on a very subtle level, and that's all it really can manifest to Christian level of humans. But it's confirmation of our impact into the morphic grid, into our words, because any words we saying, even if they didn't hear it, it goes into the ether, it goes into the frequency, because the earth has an aura too. Remember that the earth has an aura too. So that earth aura, that is we're all under the umbrella of. You feel the difference. When people got off the street for COVID, they were saying, if you go outside, you literally feel the difference outside, no matter where you stand. Yeah, the frequency change. When they put all of that bullshit in the air, all our thoughts running around chaotically, you feel the heaviness of that. You feel the heaviness of that in the air. When people were in the house, how light was the streets? Let's get it real. So there is, from our thoughts, energy that goes into the system. That's internal, and that's as above, so below. So we put or injected even them saying the word woke as a government word to connect conscious people, which they didn't manage to do really. Conscious people almost fell for it because these niggas started using it. They don't even know their basics of fucking government programming, because they wanted us to connect to the word woke, and then like Bill Maher is doing, calling everyone crazy who's woke, but it didn't connect us directly. It almost, because we was connecting ourselves to that, but it didn't catch on like they wanted it to, like Black Lives Matter did in the woke group. They're trying to act like it did, but they're making those people so fucking cuckoo that it has nothing to do with true consciousness. And y'all should be thankful for that, because that, from day one, look at my tapes. I'm not saying that after the fact. Look at my tapes. When niggas was saying it's woke, I was shitting on that shit from day one. Don't say that. Don't say that. I said they're gonna make you a fad. They're gonna have you calling yourself woke, just like they did flat earth, just like they did the Mandela effect. No one talks about it. All they have to do is make it popular. Now I said Bill Maher and all them niggas say, oh, the woke people are crazy. They made it popular. So you lucky they didn't connect you to that. But you had conscious people, or people who claim to be conscious, claiming that shit. And I'm like, yo, be careful, because they're gonna put you in a box. That's what they do. So I've heard some of that. They would, but they still wouldn't even have to even say woke to make it a spectacle. If it wasn't for us, they wouldn't have to address it. They are addressing it and attacking it because we did have an impact on the population, which is not our goal necessarily, and it doesn't make me proud necessarily, but it does let me have confirmation that we did make an impact in the morphic grid, which means we changed or shift our group, our crew, shifted the consciousness of the planet just a bit. You understand what I'm saying? So when the next crew comes after we're gone, and the ones who are truly conscious and doing the work are able to leave, then the next crew will come and they'll pick up where we left off. They'll speak of us as old people who once said this or may have said that, perhaps, and maybe not. Either way, by the time there's another shift, if there's another shift, leave it to Bobby Hemmett, there ain't no more. We out of this motherfucker. But if you leave it to Hopi Indians, we got maybe one more world. I think they say. I know the Mayans say we have one more world after us, and we shifted into that world, and that's what happened with Beetlejuice. All that shit lined up. It's a shift, but the shift is internal. You got to go internal to get the magic. I'm promising you guys, it's there. I'm not talking out my ass. I'm not talking a theory. Half these niggas got theories. Y'all niggas need to know the difference between a nigga who's talking a theory and a nigga who's doing the shit. Y'all seen channels all night. All that shit is off their head. That's the fuck my man Richard Pryor. Y'all niggas start talking the spirit. Richard Pryor gave me some juice, baby. Outside first, that's all I hear in my head. And I wasn't a crazy Pryor fan. He's funny, but you know, I got issues with it. Certain issues. But you still get the energy and the spirit. And what he showed me, him going off the head. I had it and I seen it. I didn't recognize that before, the talent of that. Because I was able to, now I can identify, and even in his field. And they said, what's his name? Patrice. I can't remember Patrice's last name, but he died. Patrice something. He was like that. Just go off the head. And I seen someone do it. I seen Mike Epps do it, right? Before he was really Mike Epps. And you know, he was funny, he was a talented comedian, but Richard Pryor was on the fire. Like, you know, one of them niggas that just, you could tell couldn't just not bring fire. There's some niggas who's born for that shit. What's his name? Zakoon? Well, he do some funny shit. He knows how to DC young fly. But he's a coon. But I get that, but he's a funny ass coon. You know what I'm saying? Most coons are funny. That's what makes him a coon. But he's absolutely a coon. And you could tell just no matter where he is, you're gonna laugh at him. Imagine he came in for a job and just start laughing. That's what I mean. So what we got? Patrice O'Neal, that's in Planet. Welcome to Plant Planet. Dun, 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 dun. I'm eating kale. Thank you. Little vinegar on your kale, and you're riding the high horse, buddy. I am Plant Planet. Hi. What are you eating today? I'm eating a radish. It's called a radish. Oh, thank you, Plant Planet. Damn, these Snickers are good as fuck right now, bro. Oh my God. Houston, we have a problem. I'm gonna eat this one slow. Let me pat over here. Oh, no, I ain't got it. Oh, yes. Okay, two would do it. Good. Let's see. Any questions? He was a fat dude. If you've seen him, Ebony Knowledge, somebody put his name in there, his real name, Patrice. Somebody just put it, I read it. He had diabetes. I mean, he got plenty of stuff around. He was on Dave Chappelle. He was in that skit when they was doing Pimps. And he called Ice-T corny. He said, you corny motherfucker. He was a funny nigga. Ice-T was saying, you know how Ice-T always try to put that pimp shit on, that corny ass, dumb ass shit he be doing. You know, when I be out there and I be out there with them and, you know, I be putting my thing and then see, you know, that's not a kind of a pimp's love. You know what I'm saying? A pimp got another kind of love, you know what I'm saying, for a woman. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, I'm like, Ice-T, man, shut the fuck up, nigga. You an actor on TV, nigga. Fucking dumb shit. I need my hair done up. I'm like, nigga, stop that shit, nigga. Well, corny as Ice-T. They say he's a government agent too. Well, he said Who's that? Icy was doing that shit in the skit. And you just hear Patrice off camera go, "You corny motherfucker." And you could tell that shit wasn't even a joke. You could tell that was some New York, I wanted to say that shit all my life kind of shit. Day one, Ice-T was corny and breaking. First of all, I know y'all young and I'm old. I'm 55. And let me say this for all times. Breaking 1 and 2 are bullshit. We laughed our ass off, niggas my age. They were corny. Turbo could break. Ozone with all of that locking shit was dead. Them clothes, they was wearing majorette uniforms. Kelly, nobody was fucking with it. And Ice-T was rapping in that shit. Come on, y'all, where we go? The full. Fold it up to the full. We was like, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Well, Ice-T is corny motherfucker. Oh, it was corny in New Jack City. Corny in New Jack City. My mom would like that, man. It's not personal, was it? Nah, I'm just zooted off of Zoom Zooms. And then they're trying to take Jamie Foxx out. I heard a little bit about it, the story, but who knows, man? Who knows what the fuck they're about? I don't think but I know this. There's no Illuminati system. There's no one system. There's one thing. Motherfuckers with a lot of money, a lot of industry power, and they are free. They turn into freaks and they could do what they want. So any debauchery can happen. Systematic debauchery, perhaps in some sort of level. You got to do this to this one to get that. You got to, they did it with Harvey Weinstein, proved this and that and the other. But I'm sure it's that. Take them out? I don't know. I know that this is what I do know. There was this tranny no, not tranny, just a homo, got on camera and started outing Tyler Perry. What's he talking about? We hang out, we do this, and he's that. And he told me to be quiet because most of his audience is Christian, and it can't come out that he's gay and that thing. And the next video, son was lumped up, had the patch on his eye, the bandage around his head. I shouldn't have said that shit. They done did what they did. I'm like, oh shit. So he accused Tyler Perry and them of beating that ass for outing him. So maybe that's what they do. I mean, they played that tape. I didn't hear anything that sounded so crazy about that Puffy party. Everybody know Puff Daddy's gay. They niggas, I don't know why Jamie Foxx is getting taken out. Niggas said worse shit. One nigga said he was coming out of some room. He seen Puffy laying down with some white dude. Puffy's the bottom. He said this nigga ain't even move. He said he was walking through Puffy just looking like he in ecstasy. That's what he said. I don't know, allegedly. I'm not saying it. I don't know. I can't remember who it was. It was on the web. So I don't know. Who knows what they do? I know I'll talk to Jamie Foxx later if he's gone. Hey, buddy. Who knows? Some of them set things up too. Let's see. Somebody asked, do you want people to put me on altars when they make the transition? The public, that is. Area will assist in offerings and brought to you, if any. That's a good question, and here's why it's a good question. That's Kali Spacewalker. Because it really wouldn't matter. There's 3 parts of you here. Your body, your spirit, your soul. When your body dies, it never leaves Earth. So we get that out the mix. Only thing left is your spirit and your soul. Now, your spirit lives in the astral world. The astral world is a part of Earth. So if Earth was gone, the astral world is gone. The astral world is the etheric part of Earth. Now, your spirit, after you die and your body's on Earth, Your spirit lives here in the astral world, and your soul could be here as well. Now, if no one remembers you, if no one, who's your great 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 grandmother? What's her name? There's no picture, there's no this, there's no record, but in whatever white suitcase, and no family remembers her, her spirit actually can die too. The astral world is not forever, it's a part of this world. When you make a quantum leap, what I talked about in the lecture, How to Die and Not Come Back, when you go through that gateway and change over, you change it to the quantum self, and this is where your soul exists. And your soul is what is connected to that which is forever and which is real. That could say, when Panic dies, past the astral world, he's gone. His soul is gone. I am no longer Panic anymore. But my spirit, just like my body's in a grave, my spirit's still in the astral world. You can ask for whatever you want, do what you want if that's what you want. It's not like a choice, or I'm gonna be sitting there going, I'm not coming today. All I am is a light being, that a light energy that was left behind. And what I am and how I move and how I manifest, if y'all know that through visualization and your imagination, I'm talking to Panic. I remember Panic. I remember his gestures. I remember his hand moves. I remember how I was inspired. Boom. This represents Panic because it reminds me of something of Panic. And long as you can keep your thoughts and see me there, you're getting the energy that I left behind for this, while my soul has moved on. So it's no bother to me. It's not like you're taking from me. It only matters if it works for you. And that speaks to what ancestors are. They're not sitting around worrying about your day to day. They can, but that's not really the gist of it. They're just energy forms left behind that you can utilize to give you answers, because that energy was here. So that energy understands your plight. So you can petition that energy. It's not like it's a love affair. It's a network like the internet. You understand? It's like the internet. So what they're doing now is making us close to standalone computers. They don't want us to network. When they made rap music, they fucked up in this context that now we niggas in New York knew what people were doing in, what's his name, in California. Like today, Khadijah Styles is probably there. Black people in Denver, all over, niggas in every place. Now we kind of know what more is doing. We see more on TV, more on rap, more on YouTube, more places that we're hearing their story. Once we start seeing all of this, it gives us a collective understanding of the landscape of nigga consciousness. So when we die, we actually have more to pull on. We have more that we can connect to ancestrally, because we know and connect emotionally with more Black people through seeing Snoop Dogg and his music and his evolution, perhaps, or whoever you like, or whatever. And you feel, or you can connect to it. Prior, when we didn't know what was going on, you had a small network connect. So look at it as standalone computers in a small office. They may be communicating, talking to each other, but they're not really talking nothing different. They all live on the same block. But when you are able to network with a computer that's knows something else about California because it lives there, that's more information. So when you're networking all over, that's called the internet. Internet. When it's internal, it's called an intranet. So when it's in one building, it's called the internet. When it's external, you know what I'm saying? There's something called an extranet too. So this internet represents cultures, because if I was in a culture like, let's say, the Dogon people, generations of our culture of living the same, eating, sleeping, marrying, sex, death, hunting, ritual, initiation, and so on is the same. If I was a young a warrior and I was trying to contact ancestors or the energy, I have thousands and thousands of light energies that I can contact, because they are all on the same frequency. They are all what? Network computers. So now I can get generations and generations of Dogon, because they all died the same. They're all set and they all are thinking of what heaven is for them the same way. For instance, on Star Trek, the Vikings heaven is called Sto-vo-kor, and there's a whole rule system for getting into Sto-vo-kor and the way you want to walk through the doors as a dead man through Sto-vo-kor, as a warrior, while they play opera songs to you. You know what I'm saying? Where they're really getting it from Valhalla, where each day you go to war and die valiantly, feast all day and do it again, die and feast again, in Valhalla. And you drink that mead, and this is so they gave them an idea, a place to go, and they do that for the Dogon. This is our heaven. They all buried the same. They all thought the same. So when the young person who has the same Dogon mind makes the connection, they're connecting with light that is so far deeper than just the internal light, that they can get almost any answer, because out of the thousands and thousands of ancestors that this Dogon person has access to, because they corrected his or her mind, or grew his mind into the culture system, and they have access to it, becomes a big network, a big internet. It becomes fucking Google, niggas. Ancestors are like Google. You ask them a question and they give it to you, but they're not. Google doesn't love you, even though it may give you something that turns into love. It may give you something because it's so informative, you may just see it as love. And because the ancestors are so informative, we see it as love, but we honored it as the system of respect. Not that there are people in the sky. That's what you learn from white people. They're not in the sky waiting for you to do good or bad down here. What a stupid ass are you? They live down here. They die. They have all of this before them to transform into, but they're concerned with you. If you do your fucking math equations right, it don't fucking add up. That's egocentric shit. There's nothing up there that gives a fuck. Is you, just like your Google doesn't give a fuck on your phone until you fucks with it. You understand what I'm saying? That's what I've been teaching for years, how to fucks with it. That's what the altars is for. That's what the fairy magic, the candles, the crystals, and astral traveling, all that shit's for you to get into the energy, nigga. That shit don't come to you. You come to it, nigga. You ain't just special because you got melanin. You better get your ass on the bus, nigga. A Spike Lee joint. Get on the bus, nigga. A Spike Lee joint. Can you dig? Get on the bus. I say, get on the bus, nigga. I say. So, it's not going to come to you. You have to come to it. So the Dogon guy has now all this access. So now that they cut us off from a cultural system and separated us from family, therefore we can't even teach family light through what they call what? Tradition. So through all the slave snatching, all the missing fathers in the home, you're missing an aspect of life. Do your kids learn through your behavior? They're receiving light. I brush my teeth, tell my granddaughter to hold up. She's in the second sink, turning on, trying to brush her teeth too, just looking, seeing what I do. That's what they do. That's what they do. So, this to say, where we at? Ooh, I'm killing this. We've lost that, but you could gain it back, because the more you do the inner work and the more you become familiar with the light, you can expand your reach into the different aspects of light and the different aspects of inspiration and information that come your way. Understand the symbology that comes your way. Always have a dream book. Wake up at first to write your symbols down, write names down, write anything down, and even a mood or a feeling. Chicken steak, third grade, bike riding, big wheel. It may not mean nothing, but it's all a symbol. So then you would look and say, okay, what do I feel? What is this telling me about this symbol? What do I feel about a big? Did I have fun with it? because I'm trying to figure out a scenario. So I'm saying, I'm going to say no. I actually never liked my big wheels. They were always start leaning because, you wanted to skid out on them. So you would do all of these things to try to get a good skid on them. But then they came out with the green machine, right? And the green machine, you got two sticks. So you pedaling on it, then you just zap it, either way. And the wheels go either way, and you just spin the fuck out. The green machine. Go look on YouTube for the commercial. Say the green machine big wheel. Boom. So I want a green machine. Waited, Christmas came. Shit's looking real good. Busting out. Oh, there go a big one. Ooh, hoo, hoo. This nigga Dane is gonna feel the wrath on my skin. Bitch ass nigga. Was banging it, banging it, banging it. Boom. Skidding. Never happened. Open the box. A fucking big wheel. And not even one of the hot, hardcore big wheels, like a bitch big wheel. I think the wheels were like sky blue. No green on that motherfucker. I was disappointed. So maybe this new job is going to be not what I really want. Because that's what my subconscious mind is telling me. I had to get a new job or was contemplating a new job and woke up and wrote big wheel because I was thinking about a big wheel and see myself on a big wheel. So how do I feel? What am I telling myself about a big wheel now that I'm up and I'm rational? I feel disappointed when I think of a big wheel. That's what my subconscious mind is trying to tell me. Disappointment. And it's telling me disappointment because it can see disappointment in this job. Now, on the other hand, what if I got a green machine and couldn't ride it and got frustrated and never rode it, even though my mother bought it, right? The first story is true. I wanted that green machine and never bought it. Now, what if the same scenario, I'm trying to get a job, but I had a dream of a big wheel. And I'm thinking how it made me feel. And I got to the green machine, but I said I never rode it. What's it telling me now then? Is it telling me disappointment? Is it telling me failure? Or is it telling me it may present me with a challenge that I can overcome or should try to overcome because I failed that challenge with the green machine before? And if I want to make that challenge in myself, maybe I should take this job. If I'm saying, no, I'm good where I'm at, I don't feel like challenging myself, then I'll stay at the job I'm at. So, what I was giving you was an example of how this information from your dream should be dealt with and should be rationalized into trying to make a decision that's the healthiest you possibly can. What you're really doing is thinking with a higher mind. Doesn't mean you're always right, but you're always in the best case scenario because you do have a bird's eyes view. You do have a view that can see and sense ahead and see and sense a path behind and see parallel to what's happening to try to to keep you thinking on a path that keeps you in the happiness that you're going for or the sadness that you have programmed and don't realize, which is why, of course, you look within for those realizations, for self-reflection. You understand? Self-reflection is the key. That's the inner look. That's looking at while these words are deep, all it means is what I already told you. That's looking at the inner light. The inner light in you is looking at your self-reflection. Why is it a reflection? Because it's what you ate all day. And it's everything you ate, and you are what you eat. And if you are what you eat, the light that you're seeing is the reflection of you. You're watching yourself. This is self-reflection. You understand what I'm saying? That's the process of going within. You want to come out with your problems. You want to come out with the realizations of that which makes you weak, that which makes you a vulnerable human being, that which you are controlled by, that which you are or can be manipulated by, have been most definitely. Donald Trump is one of the greatest flim flam mans in the game. He's a piece of shit human being, no doubt. But he is running a game and people believe him because, again, he did what Bobby Hemmett has been telling you to do. You got to believe it yourself. George Costanza, Seinfeld, said, "My friend, how do you lie so well?" He said, "Is it a lie if you believe it yourself?" They said Trump learned from whatever that dude was. They did a movie on him, that weird dude. And dude's whole policy was never back down. Then look on CNN. They show Rudy Giuliani, which everybody from New York, my age, know he terrorized us. Terrorized us with police. What's happening to him now is divinity. Hands down. Divine balance. All that shit started happening with Beetlejuice. Y'all don't know. They started in New York. New York is a grid, so that's why the New York mayor is getting this kind of shit. I'm telling you, Wendy Williams, all of that shit is happening random now. But I'm telling you, if you live or you indulge in that shit, courtesy is what grounds you. I would have never thought that. That's what I started to tell y'all. Because that's how, shit is real grumpy. Courtesy is what grounds you. You have to work in courtesy because when you courteous, you're in that middle point. You're not offending anybody. Everybody's always right. Make everybody always right around. Yeah, well, I have not for what? I only have an opinion around people who it matters, who accepts it and respects it. If they're not the random person at the store, well, as a matter of fact, I used to, oh, okay, well, yeah. Make everybody happy. That's the middle point. People who don't matter. People who matter be who you are. You get what I'm saying? But keep that mask. Don't walk around like you have something to prove, have something to talk about. That's from your point of view. Let them have their point. Let them have their cake. Go for it. Let them have their cake. What you'll find is you move along easy and it grounds you in their reality. Just because that's all they really want. You got to understand you got to read that Mind Control 101 book by Dan DeLeon Jones. You need to read that because he'll talk about the 7 things that all people want. And when you understand the 7 things that all people want, let me see something. Let me see if I could get it. I can see my live on this shit. Is this called Dark Side Ride? I guess so. All right. Hold on, guys. Let's see if I can put it up so I can see more of what I'm seeing. Let's go. Oh, there we go. This shit is just going slow. All right. So what I've noticed is courtesy is that middle point where all right, here we go. Okay, gives me the true number. All right. Skip. Where you going, motherfucker? There we go. All right, come on. There we go. All right, so I noticed that courtesy is that middle point where when I stay, I feel like I've actually blocked the negativity in my aura. That's why you have to be a good person. That is actually what protects you, what protects your armor, being a good person. That's why they call it the armor of Jesus, and Jesus was such a good, nice guy. He was these nuts. And how you do it is through courtesy. They'll say kill them with kindness. You got to do it. You got to know how to manipulate people into not triggering them and putting them in a good place of smiling. You got to know how to do it. And when you do that, you're not receiving negativity even in their thoughts all day. You understand? So when you get home, your energy is at peace, and what you learn is the true experience. Your dreams are better. You sleep better. you could think of healing because there's no blockages or none of those demons that will come in your way as well. You only be dealing with your own demons. You won't be dealing with somebody else's thought forms that shot your way. Because the same thing we talk about in psychomancy of how to do it, people do it all day naturally. They look at you evil and do it. So if you're gonna believe what psychomancy is doing, then I'm telling you that's what people are doing. But you stop them from doing that by just smiling, being courteous. How you doing? Yes, please, thank you. Call them sir and ma'am. What the fuck do you care? I call everybody yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I don't give a fuck what they think. It don't matter. I'm either never going to see them again or see them in a scenario where who gives a fuck? They don't even know my goddamn name. My name is Brother Panic. That's who I'm concerned about. Those who know that. You calling me Larry? You were just, you just some old invisible person. Yes, please, thank you. So that's the key to protecting your armor. Courtesy. I started to find out because if you, the more nastier you are, you're getting looks, people are talking about you, all of that goes in the ether. All of that goes and it connects to you because while they talk about you, they think about your ass. Black motherfucker, little dirty motherfucker. He drank too much. That nigga breath stink. Who you think? They thinking of you. You don't think that shit going to you? You best believe you put that dirty shit out there. You be sick, all of that shit. That shit because motherfuckers think of you in a foul way. And it's hitting your aura. It's coming to you. Everything we talk about in magic is magnets. And everything. If you could believe any of the shit I'm saying, then what I'm saying right now is explaining this shit in basic form. It's already been explained. I told you that's the concept of cyclomancy that I'm going to be teaching. How to do this consciously and how to block. I'm giving you some of the tricks. To block this shit, you have to be courteous. How you doing? No problem. I mean, you may get into some shit, but you're still a human being. But for the standard practice, make them love you. See if your new game will be to see if you can make the Uber driver smile and love you. How are you? How's it been going? Okay. Oh, what? This is just your this is just your business. Oh my goodness. You really have another business, but you're doing Uber? Oh my goodness. Well, tell me about your other business. That sounds sure dandy, smart, terrific. Ooh, you don't be that corny. But you want to create an environment everywhere you go of absolute peace, tranquility, and truly a love frequency. It's not for the person, even though it works for the person. So it is for the person, but primarily it is for you. You understand? You got to. Because it starts to catch up with you in this age. And I'm telling you from experience, I'm 55 now. It's starting to catch up with you with anxiety. You understand what I'm saying? Well, actually, when I started talking, I was 35. Let me say that again. When I started talking, I was 35. Fuck, I look on my channel, that little clip I got, me talking about Emmett. That's from a whole video that is about 5 hours of that craziness. That's the only legible part. That was my first video. That's the only legible part on the video. Trust me. I was just a ranting son of a bitch. So 35, I started talking about this. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm glad to say I went the route and was always about going the route of experiencing it. And I shared my experiences and my techniques over the years, classes over the years, and it's not stopping. Cyclomancy is up next, and cyclomancy is a motherfucking beast. I'm ready to knock this shit out the park, so y'all niggas need to sign up for this class. You really do. It's gonna be lecture city time, so we're gonna start hitting these cities again. These cities have opened up, so shit is looking real spiffy right now. Yeah, I'm circling back to all y'all. South Carolina, y'all about to get it. Different parts of South Carolina. I'm gonna get that Midwest. Love that Midwest. Cali, I'm gonna see you once or twice. I do DMV. Philly is where I do New York. It's hard to walk in New York. Just running into all that old depressing ass shit. It's depressing. I watch that shit on TV. I realized all them bridges and all that was symbols of my misery. You don't realize you see it every day. Oh, I'm woke now. I tried to tell that shit to a family member. I'm not done with it. Okay. They didn't get it. I think they got it intellectually, but it's that cognitive dissonance. What I'm saying is I'm not guessing. I'm saying what happened based upon my knowing. When I left those places where I lived, I didn't realize now when I see on TV after being gone for like 15 years, close to 15 years now, after not living in New York, when I see New York on TV, the symbols of the bridge or the symbols of certain buildings in certain areas is stunning and shocking and brings back traumatic shit. You know what I'm saying? A lot of shit I could zone out. And what I started to realize was hmm, symbols. As all of these things were happening, foster homes and shit going to Rikers Island, any of that shit that happened, like you see these bridges and these buildings around you all the time, and all the misery. You don't even realize it. I started to see and say these symbols are actually the symbols of misery. And when you live in them, and even if you move in a nice neighborhood, they're all around you. And you remember them subconsciously because when they took us to a foster home, all you could think of is the biggest thing you remember was the bridge. So when you see the 59th Street Bridge, you remember being taken away from it at one point and that feeling of it. So sometimes you look at the bridge or I look at the bridge and I can feel I might be taken away from it. It became a symbol of peace. You would listen to it at night. You hear the cars do 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 do. You go to sleep to that motherfucking shit. So it's a symbol that's around that you've put all of this pain into because it's the biggest thing around you. That's what I did at least. And I can't speak for her, but let's be rational here. So you don't know it, and I would have never known it or even thought the inkling of it living there is just a bridge. But being taken away from it and then seeing it and seeing what it does when I'm not seeing it every day or every other day, whoa, I started to have realization. I tried to share that with a family member. They wasn't having no parts of that. They thought that was stupid. And I get it. You have to, that's something you feel from an internal space to have a knowing, something that you just see that and go, I know. I'm able to explain it, but not to the satisfaction of the human mind. I can explain it to the satisfaction, perhaps, of a conscious mind, but things like this, you don't have to explain perhaps at all. You're only supposed to actually realize it for yourself. So I can't be mad because in the end, this came through self-realization, and it's not likely anyway that she would have shared that point of view, especially when you live there. So that was a good revelation for me. That was a good revelation because it started to show me, even in a deeper place, how symbol affects you and affects the mind, and what we don't even represent or rep as a symbol. We're too busy trying to discuss this, and we don't know if you live in St. Louis and you got raped. That's that arch may be a reminder, and you may not even recognize it. You may just see the arch and have a longing, or see the arch and have a feeling, or see the arch and go, that reminds me of da, 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 but not realize the trauma is attached to it. But you have buried the trauma. But the arch may be actually now a weapon if you don't know yourself. So it keeps you locked up under it, stuck there, because it's all you know. You know your hood by in Queensbridge. You know you're getting close to Queensbridge when you see the 3 pipes. They're like 4 pipes now. I don't even know who's going to breathe. So you look for symbols that say home. That say home. So that's hard for niggas to leave the crib because all the symbols around them are home. That's why the same nigga walk up on the hill, so do his thing in front of the same place. Same niggas in the hood doing the same thing, go to the same grocery store. They used to that. The subtle changes in the hood, they roll with that. And the first thing they say to you when you see them, the hood ain't the same, yo. The hood ain't the same. Because they're subconsciously looking for the same. That's why they ain't moved. All the ones who complain the hood ain't the same. We'll say the hood ain't the same, but we'll say it like because we made progress. Yeah, the hood ain't the same. Because I live in Atlanta now. Hood ain't the same. But they sitting there shaking their head, the hood ain't the same. Because they living in that motherfucker. They needed to be the same. We're proud it's not the same because it symbolizes we moved on. But see, we don't understand, or we could take it to another level. We understand the symbols. I could think of so many symbols, Queensbridge, the roofs, the this, the that actually I am tormented by. The more I think about them, like when I sit and think about them, I actually get depressed. When I realize it's the symbols, because the symbols are the memories. Well, I had to start reordering how I think of the symbols again. Because those memories are too far and deep to try to remove them. So I have to create a new acquaintance with them. I learned some of that in the book, The Laws of Mental Domination by Frank Rudolph, the same dude who did Psychomancy. How to, and they talk about it in Mind Control 101. There's a chapter, I don't know if it's a whole chapter, but they talk about these doctors started implanting thoughts in people's heads. You heard about it. They were convincing young ladies that they were molested when they weren't. So much so the ladies were given detailed memories about family members, and none of this never happened. They realized they can program that reality, like I keep telling you. They realize they can program that reality into the human mind. How to implant a thought. So they were taking a perfectly happy uncle and making him a bad uncle. So then I asked the question as I was reading through this detailed chapter, can I, right, it's what's happening in Westworld, sure enough. They're showing it in Westworld, really subliminal programming is they're showing you through a computer model, but your mind, subconscious, the conscious is the computer model. That's what they model computers after. So they are telling you in Westworld how they can implant a thought. And that's what Donald Trump is doing. That's what Black Lives Matters is doing. That's what the Republicans, the Democrats is doing, and blah to the blah, blah, blah. So the Republicans are scared the fuck of Donald Trump because he amassed so much power by talking directly to the white trash, finding out what they wanted to do, and he became that dude. He believed in everything he said. He won't turn back on shit. He'll do that till he dies. It's a real motherfucking con man. Never give up the con. How many movies that you see and they say that? Never give up the con. Never give up the con. Never give up the fucking con. Never give up the con, nigga. Never give up. Donald Trump ain't giving up the con. He's still talking about grabbing by the you-know-whatsies. If you feel I was wrong, nah, celebrities do that. He said, I don't know if it's for the good or for the bad. Oh, what now? Well, this nigga won't turn back on nothing. That's con game, son. His con is running to his end. That nigga took it to a presidency. That's some fucking mastermind manipulation shit, if ever. If ever. All right, niggas. I'm about to head for the bed. Eating too much of this junk all night. I'll be back maybe next Friday. I'm gonna see y'all. Where we going? Let's see. Hyatt House, Charlotte Center City, 435 East Trade Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202. Saturday, May 27th. Going to be in the hotel in the I think it may be downstairs on the first floor. They'll show you, their little conference room. So get your ass there. 40 to get in. You pay at the door. There is no advance payment. There is no webinar. You should be able to just come. There's not much to ask. But if you have some sort of concern that we can help you with that is specific to something, info@somdreadings.com. info@somdreadings.com. So info at SAMEDIREADINGS.com. Only for special, otherwise just show up. We're doing adopting a spiritual mentality. So we could talk about the mindset that is most necessary for adopting a spiritual mentality. Y'all got a very, 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 very treatful treat tonight because I was very much channeling all of that information that came. I've never thought about it. Myself are going to go over what I said so I can actually study it because I've learned some things about inner light tonight, even myself, as I'm talking. Always the student, always the teacher. Always be the student and teacher, folks. Oh, yes. Close this down. 27th, I'm going to see y'all. We're going to keep doing some stuff. I'm going to do something close. Still recovering from this back thing. Doing much better. You see us sit upright a little bit longer. So on and so forth. Getting around a little bit more. It was a serious back injury. Like, they be putting something in the ethers and fucking me up, y'all. They ain't stopped me yet. Shit was like, I was down to bones. I was skinnier than Manza. Couldn't walk. Crawling. I got this shit back in order. Still going. So, starting to do it again, guys. That phase lambda is coming through. My whole body has changed. When that back went out, I became the new nigga. My whole body has been rebuilt. Still being rebuilt. We're in that time. We're in that time. Potato chips are energy for me. I know it's hard for you guys to understand. Maybe not my guys. I know a lot of them. I ain't fucking with him. He eating them GMOs. I could do that. So I did the lemon cleanse fast when that shit was popular. I started turning gold. Shit was like creepy. I'm like, what the fuck? Gold and gold, gold and gold. I don't want to be seen green. I wouldn't be caught dead. Red. No. So, yes, sir. I think we're gonna call this one. And we're gonna call this one. I'm ready to go to another level. My mind is elsewhere. Peace, beloveds. Keep staying tuned. Keep subscribe if you haven't. Hang around. My website, occultlectures.com. Go get an herb pack. Get ready to sign up for classes. Stay close to it. That's where you'll see me just put up the link. And then once you're in the link, you're in the game. And I'll make the announcements. But occultlectures.com is the website. Save it. You also can get product now, my books. Because my new book and my first book, we'll be selling them at the lectures. We'll be selling product at the lectures, herb packs, fuck up fluid, and the rose spray. I think I have some dream sprays and maybe some cherry bombs. These are the things I only sell at lectures for spirituality. So I may have some of those. So we're gonna be in absolute business. I feel like kicking the shit. Khadijah's gonna kick the shit. So it's gonna be a surefire affair. I hope to see you there to this sure shot affair. Let you hear. Yeah, all right. Guys are welcome. McKinney Williams. I hope whatever came through right. You know what I'm saying? I felt like the channel was right. So I have to listen myself. Shit was coming though. I was gone. I don't even be knowing it. I'll be out of here. In deep channel. I don't even know what the fuck I was talking about. I remember talking about light and inner light. That's it. I literally have to study this shit. And I say it with no ego. I say it with no ego. Because you have to study my own tapes. I'm so deep. No, nothing like that. I'm aware. I'm self-aware of that. It's just that I really don't remember. And I could tell when the energy is right. So I know it feels like it was something good. People will tell me if they like it, but sometimes I'll listen back because I don't remember it. And it's really good stuff. I'm like, damn. Yeah. Well, I got the wrong date up. Oh no, I did it. It was 5/12 when I started. Okay. Let me see. We liked it. Good. Ebony Knowledge. I appreciate that. Much appreciated. Okay, then research it, then react. Very good name. Research it, then react. If y'all don't know already, just as a standard, there's something online called the dictionary or damn, the etymology of words. Always use that as a resource. So when you're dealing with something, it's like you just get definitions like a dictionary, but it's called etymology. Etymology. Either way, if you set it in Google, it's going to find it for you. Etymology, or it's either ep or et. I think it's etymology of words, whatever. It's really the origin of a word. So if you take the word talking, of course they're going to tell you the root word is talk, and they're going to tell you what country, where it's based out of Latin or Greek or whatever, and what it meant and what it means. The people of Talkie Village. So you could start there in your research. The etymology of words is etymology of words. And if you don't know about that or don't use that as a resource, start incorporating the etymology of words. Yes, there it is. Revolutionary thought. Yes, etymology of words. There's a website that you just put any word in, and it'll tell you the etymology of that word. That's how you want to start studying. So, right, that's how you want to start studying. They'll explain the origin of the word, the first tongue of the word, and the entire purpose of the word. That's where you find out demon actually means genius. That's what I'm sure you heard people repeat that, but that's the etymology of the word demon, genius. So you will, if you take words that you formerly didn't know from the Bible and try to find out the etymology, you may find out everything you need to know about arm of Gideon, which is arm of Gideon, which is the arm of an angel, which is the arm of the angel of death. So you're being destroyed by the arm of Gideon, i.e. Armageddon. So if you put Armageddon in the etymology of words, you find out a nugget like that. And you'll find out maybe nuggets that are more relevant to your situation. So use that in your study, the etymology of words. No one's saying just do that anymore. That's one of the things we learned early on. All right? Y'all niggas got to study your shit. Study the words and their meaning. Look behind the words. That's actually, if you get good at that, that's actually called The Language of the Birds. There's a book that talks about that by William Henry. See if you still could get William Henry's book, The Language of Birds. It's a small little book. It wasn't on Amazon at one point. It was on his website. This white man, and he's just writing out shit, but he's very detailed and he makes simplified things. His most noted book was Cloak of the Illuminati, but the book I like the best is Oracle of the Illuminati. Same kind of style, same little, same shit, but real detail, real good information, And he got a book called Language of the Birds, speaking on how important the etymology of words are, to factor that into your understanding of all that you study. Because if you factor that into the understanding of all that you study, it broadens the conversation. It broadens the conversation. So if you know demon means genius, that broadened the conversation to me. I thought a demon was this, that, or the other thing. But now we got to dig. So why are they calling him a demon then? Why are they saying he's a demon? Or what did they mean by genius? And now what are demons? Oh, blah, 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 blah. Demons are Damians, which means genius. And Damians are melanins, or humans are all Damians and are all genius. The black man's melanated, the black melanated human. That's what you get with the etymology of words. So when you're studying this, and let's even say I even dragged it all the way to some dark side shit. Good job. Good job. I just told you, make everything yours. So even panic, you're reaching, which I'm not, but let's just say panic, you're reaching. Motherfucking right, I'm reaching for everything. Chinese food is, they argue with the Chinese food, don't eat it. They argue for the Chinese food, eat it. Both ways, you're gonna win. Oh, you're supposed to eat that, nigga. Don't eat that, nigga. So I hope I'm reaching. You get what I'm saying? Hope I'm reaching. All right, niggas. It's 4 hours. I shall see you soon. I'll see you at the lecture. And stay tuned. Info at Somni Readings for the deity parties. Go to my Instagram, BROTHA Panic, to see the lives from my Instagrams. And you will see the party. And you will see what you niggas might have missed the last time and what's coming this time, which we're going to make bigger, more extravagant. This is shit we used to do. You know what I'm saying? This is that shit. This is that we deify there. We self-deify there. It's all ritual, and that shit was hard last time. This time, I'm ready to go harder. I am convinced. So get on that list. Find out what you need to do to get on that list. Get on our mailing list. Find out where we're going to be at. Info at Somdi Readings. INFO at SAEDIREADINGS.com. Get what I'm saying? Get on that list, nigga. All right, guys, get on the list. Remember, Psychomancy class is coming soon. It's probably going to be after the lecture on the 27th. I'm going to start posting. I'm probably going to come back next Friday, maybe, perhaps. This feels kind of like something to do. So we're going to see how long it lasts. But for now, and it ain't going to be 4 hours next time. Fuck that. Again, if I'm coming every Friday, y'all niggas is not getting all of that shit. Somebody said, where can I get that sweater? Now, I'll be foolish for telling you. But you can get it. You can get it, 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 girl.